Alright, my voice now is working fine, right? Cool. Let's go live on TikTok. Well, I think the mic will work with 200% this time and it's gonna be loud. So let's test it out and see if we can fix this. Hopefully we can, so it's gonna be okay. Holy moly, we are very close actually to a new milestone. Welcome everybody, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Let's do Discord as well. Twitch. Is this muted? Yeah, go. I'll wait for some people to join and then we start. Hey Robin, you're the first one to join actually. Now doing the cool. Nice. So today we are going actually to continue with what we created. So hopefully the voice is better, right? I actually have it on 200%, so I hope that it actually works fine. Let me know if all good, so I can just start with editing it if not. Okay, cool. We have already people joining on TikTok as usual. Well, clearly on airports, that's nice. It's not too much, right? So all good, Andrew. Nice. Great, we have Andrew also on TikTok, and we will start. I'll show you exactly what I did. Kind of like I wanna also like go into the path that that we explain the application also, like what we did and all, and yeah, we see if everybody actually are on are actually aware about what we built or not. Yeah, let me start from there when I see a lot of people joining and we continue. Cool. How is everybody though? Show.env. I'll show you. Come to Discord. I will come to Twitch. I will show it on Twitch. I will lure you there. Yeah, okay. Let me see. Can you see my screen? Should be fine. Nice. It works. And also here it works. Nice. Cool. What we learned today? Hey, today we are actually not learning much. we are actually going to see what we need to refactor. We refactored a lot of things yesterday. I actually didn't push this. That's bad. What is the last thing that I pushed? When was this done? This was done when I actually did the layout without a lot of components. Okay. So I still have this to push, like the pages, the root folder, the page here, the dashboard, and a lot of other things. The middleware, I didn't push the middleware. Add the middleware. Actually, I thought I did, but editing homepage. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, let's see. Middleware is there, and it is correct. Yeah. Yeah, I actually don't need this, or let's leave it for now. Okay. Hey Rad, I'm applying to Vercel right now. Had to play around with Next.js. Oh, you are applying to Vercel as a job in Vercel itself, or as a job who uses Vercel tools? So Robin said he's about to deploy portfolio on GitHub pages today. We still need to add responsivity, but for which project? Is it just a portfolio project or your portfolio project? Yeah, so you can share with me and I can take a look at it. Oh, Vercel itself, security. Wow, man. So you're taking a look at Next.js lately. Nice. What do you like about Next.js? Did you actually went down and check these pre-render components, rendering components, SSR, RSC, and all of these, or you didn't? Or maybe it's just that's front end, so you probably didn't pay even attention to that. Bro, do you have any course free for GS? I know the basics. Honestly, I was thinking about to prepare a course, maybe a free course even for everybody actually to go and learn GS. But I myself need to like write down what I want to teach. And if you go to my YouTube channel, go async stack, go just on YouTube, and you will find me there, or go to my link tree and you will find all my socials. And basically you will find a lot of live streams. And hey Ob, how are you? A lot of live streams where I actually explain a lot about GS. So yeah, that's gonna be okay. Starting from there, you'll be actually learning a lot because we build real projects. Hello bro, I made a Spring Boot React web app with auth keycloak MariaDB and implemented Stripe. Oh my gosh, that so looks like a good project, Ob. I'm happy that you did. And how is it going? I mean, what do you think about the React? Okay, let me actually use a flare. A flare, we have only one flare left. And we can use that. Cool. Any other questions though? I would actually start with questions until I see people actually joining on Twitch. I have 3 people watching there, not too much. And I need more, so I need the whole squad. Torrent Lift said, please don't tell me you're still coding auth. No. We actually did that part. We are not coding the authorization itself. We are coding, by the way, which application you saw me coding auth in. Because now we are on our 3rd application for the stream. You helped me so much because I paid 1 course and I learned too much. Yes, I can just create logic. Okay. Interesting. I see sign in on your screen. Yeah, I mean, this is sign in page. Yeah. And this is dashboard pages. It's not like something bigger deal, but we are we yesterday added this page actually, which we need to edit. Let me see this one. Set mobile view. Do I have it anywhere else? Yeah, I have it here. Nice. So yeah, we did the middleware part, which was actually to only take the viewers of the project to the certain page that they need to see when they are not logged in. And for auth, we use Better Auth. Better Auth basically is awesome because it has all these functions already prepared. You have for sure to create like some API libs. Here you go. This is the lib part. I created this one here, like GitHub sign in function. And I created an auth.ts function that uses an application from GitHub. So we wanted to have actually GitHub login, and it works perfectly. Actually, I'm really proud of it. Yeah, but for all applications we were doing something with Better Auth. The thing is that the middleware was the problem part and we tried to solve it. Yeah. Okay, so on Twitch actually Robin said that he's closer to share his portfolio, and it's a web portfolio for all his projects. That's amazing. When you're done with that, we will do a review. We will do a review on stream. And for everybody who actually have like projects that he wants to share with us, I would be happy to look at them, honestly. And thanks for all the likes. Please share the stream, like it, share it with your friends. We are trying to actually reach 17k today, if that's possible, 17k followers. That would be amazing. And yeah, the more likes, I may think it just reaches out to more people, and I'm really happy about that. Let's see how many people we can reach. It'll be like in an hour. Oh, you are already done with it then, if it's gonna be in an hour. It's gonna be in an hour, then you're done, right? Let me check TikTok though. We are actually booming, and I just put a video there. So it's called How to Learn Coding. I actually explained a bit about the sprints that you have, also whenever you start coding, and how actually everything seems to be a milestone. Like for coding, it's kind of crazy. Like every time you say, hey, I learned something new pops up for you. So yeah. All right, so yesterday I also worked on this layout part for our application. We had like 2 things to be doing, one for dashboard and one for basically the homepage. I can show you the application in a bit. Let me just actually interact with your comments, answer a few questions, and then move on. So Keith here said that he completed 1 year bachelor IT. What certificates can I do to better my chances at IT job? Honestly, don't think about certificates too much. I know people actually tend to talk a lot about certificates. Even AWS and all of these, they are needed, but at a certain level of your career. So don't get too much into like the hook of other people telling you, hey, do this, do that. Just don't. Learn JavaScript, just JavaScript, build as many projects as you can. And as Torrent Lifts here said, please think about projects, and that's it. Cool. Yeah. He said, forget certificate, just build stuff and gain skills. Yeah. And do freelance maybe with your, I mean, I met a lot of developers before where they kind of do something really cool. Like you find like a 14-year-old, 16-year-old developer, like he started just a junior, and he goes to his uncle who has a business. Hey, can I create your restaurant website? Hey, can I create you this? Can I create you that? And that is actually a good idea. Like go to the people around you and try to build for them apps that helps them become better or productive. And then you can move from there. Why did the likes on TikTok stop? Please continue liking the stream, because that helps me a lot to reach out to more people. We are already having a flare, so we are reaching out to more people, but that will be only for 30 minutes. And then we will stop reaching out. All right. I run a marketing business and I build website for clients. We run ads and do cold outreach. And how is that? Like, what's the company name, if you can share? Otherwise, tell us more about your job. That will be nice. If you don't know, if you've ever been to Germany before, this is called the Spezi. Like, it's a drink where cola and Fanta are mixed together. So imagine if you buy a cola and you buy a Fanta and you mix them together. That's the Spezi. So it's a good idea, actually. Someone came up with it, and it's really amazing. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Language name, it's TypeScript and NextJS. Here we are working with React. Yeah. I talked yesterday about some of the stuff that I want to maybe share today as well. It's about SSR components. So I can share my screen to all of you so you can see this, right? You can see my screen, right? All right, let me actually record a video about this. So right now I'm following actually the chat, and they asked a lot about what I'm building. And I'm building an application actually using NextJS, right? This application is basically a file uploader. So you can have a form. Let's think about it like this. You can have a form here. Let's say this is a sidebar that we built. This is the sidebar here where you can log in, log out, right? Do whatever, right? And then there's this section where you can upload files, right? The thing about this application is that if you upload a file, then you can have like a link for it to share it with people with a password or maybe a secret, right? And for this, you tend to actually have with Next.js a lot of tools that you can use, right? One of them is the RSC components from React. Other thing is SSR components from React, right? So from Next.js actually, right? So SSR components, what I learned about them is they are like, for example, imagine a component that you create that requires interaction with the database, right? So you want to await for something, like await for a function or SQL, like an SQL tag or basically command that you put into your database process, so it returns for you some data, right? So for you here, what you can do with this is that you create this SSR components that loads everything for you, and at the end just kind of like bundles everything like GS plus HTML or GSX, right? And it sends it actually to the client ready. So the client will have like literally a very ready page to actually look at, and that very ready page is actually very cool, because at the end he will be able to see SEO correctly. So this is fast rendered. It's really amazing. SEO is good. So basically you have all your metas there that, for example, if you have a H1, then it will appear for Google crawlers and so on and so forth. But what I was actually thinking that if you probably like go into these SSR components, and put a console log, right? This console log actually won't appear in the browser. It can appear in the browser right now with Next.js 15 because they will put like server tag and then something like, hey, this is your console log. But before it will actually go there into the browser, it will go into the terminal, right? So you will see this console log in the terminal. On the other hand, RSC components are client components. So you start your component on the top with use client, something called use client, right? So whenever you use client like that, you can be able, for example, to use a hook like use effect in your basically component. But the fun part here is that if you do this and then you put a console log, right, after this use effect, which is client code, and then you put a console log and then put actually, let's say, a navbar, and under the navbar is your part where there is interactivity, right? What actually Next.js do here is it looks at the navbar and it says, hey, I rendered this before. This is probably a PPR or a PPC component, pre-render component. So it says, hey, maybe this navbar should be cached, right? And then if it's cached, then a part of this application or a part of this component will be cached and it will be served via the server, but the interactive part here will be served via the client and actually interacted with via the client. So what you will have here is, for example, this console log. You will also see it in the server side. So you will see it in the terminal. Why? Because Next.js knew that probably this console log can be actually served in the terminal, so it's can be cached, kind of like that, right? And so on and so forth. It really helps a lot, and I think this is something that not too many people know about Next.js, and I kind of liked it and I wanted to share it with you. That's it. Hope that helps. Yeah, let me read the comments. I'm well versed in Java, but I have no clue what JavaScript is actually used for. How you don't know that? If you build Java applications, for sure you passed by JavaScript to build your front end, 100%. At least all my friends who use Java used, for example, Angular or React to build their UIs. Mostly Angular, but yeah, I don't know why you said that, but anyhow. Okay, Torrent Lift said that he works with building sites, TypeScript, Vite, and React mainly, and do a lot of server hosting. That's good, actually. And this is his marketing business. Basically, he said works quite well. I won't share company name because I like to keep it separate from TikTok. Okay, no problem. That's nice. Would recommend just making simple websites, even offer for free to clients. Wow, that's, yeah, not free basically, but yeah, you can offer to clients, but a client is a client. Maybe you can offer to someone that you know and let them know that you actually now building websites. So show marketing work for your favor, and they talk that their cousin or their brother or whatever is building actually websites for them. And yeah, for learning skills only. Yeah, that's what I actually learned after reading the comments. But yeah, what are you using for style and styled components? No, I'm using Tailwind, by the way. Styled components is a really interesting one. Styled components under the hood is Sass basically, and the SCSS, which you can actually use SCSS into your styled components part. I like it, and it also you can use props into your styled components, which is also like something really cool. So you say based on variant, change basically the class name or something like that. Oh, styled component is not actually supported any longer. I didn't know that. Really? It's not? Because we use it at work. Styled component is not supported? Really? Like a month ago? Oh. RIP styled component. Now what? You know what? I'll send this to my friends at work. Oh man. Sheesh. All right. RIP style component. Now what? So this guy actually, let's read this. Why not? We will be reading articles today a bit. I feel like a headache. Sorry, I probably cannot go too much, but We will read some articles, we will talk about coding, and I will answer any question that I see on the stream, okay? And oops, with that exactly said, the live stream stopped and came back to life again. Oh yeah, this is my internet for sure. At midnight it just breaks. Nice. So what I actually was saying is that probably today we need to focus on something like this, like we read about stuff and maybe talk about coding. That will be nice. I want to actually think about a way that we can bring like a good roadmap for everybody actually to become a really good developer. I really wish if I can do something simple, like if I can tell you like, hey, build using this stack. So you know what, let's make a very good debate, okay? Let's make a debate. Sorry, that's a bad line. Let me just let me just delete that. Let me make a very straight line like this. Nice. So now I will ask questions like this is okay. Let me just do it like this. Backend will be on the right side, right? And front end will be here. And we will debate in the chat what to learn on the front end to become really elite, and what to learn on the back end to become really elite as well. So what is the best stack? Like let's write it here. So let's write it here. It's like best stack to start with for 2025. Right, this is what I want to do. And maybe put this one here, right? So I want to know your suggestions, because this is going to be really amazing, because if we know what to do as a beginner, let's do as a beginner. Yeah. Use timeout to repeat the function to reason about which is better. I think use timeout is also good when you actually affect it into a const, then you know exactly that you clear out timeout once. But interval can be used also with refs, so you have a reference.current of that, and you know exactly that that current won't be lost in your React app. So it depends on what you want to build, honestly. Yeah, just straight up JS, or you know what, no, not JS. For the backend you can go whatever. For the front end for sure it's JS. Yeah, I want to literally hear from you guys, so I'm gonna actually type them all here and then we make like a small video about it. Yeah. And when you say something, you need to say why, because that's the spirit, right? Okay, so we will take anything that you say, guys. So here our Z said Django will be best. So let me actually zoom in and take, how can I take off that? Then if I click this, then it will appear, right? Okay. Is this clear, like for me, or should I make the text a bit bigger? Maybe the text should be a bit bigger. That's actually the opposite. Large. Let's do large. Let's do XL. So nice. So Django. We were saying Django, right? Why Django? And that's for backend node, and why node as well. So we will have all teams, right? We will actually just talk about why, or the why part is just to say which one wins actually the argument. Hey, we have a first timer on Twitch. His name is Wolf Zanti, I think. I will call you Wolf. First of all, hi. Where am I from? I'm in Germany based, but I'm originally from Tunisia, North Africa. Okay, so by the way, we don't have the chat only on Twitch. We have the chat also on TikTok. That's why you will find me reading another comments, but I will read them all, so you on Twitch as well can hear that, and you can also agree to what we are doing. So what we are doing right now, Mr. Wolf, we are actually going to think about the best stack to start with in 2025, backend and front end, and we're gonna talk about it in general. So some guy said Django, and he didn't actually specify why. Fairly easy to learn. That's quite good. So he said fairly easy to, let me just do it here, to learn. And then we will go to Node.js here and say exactly why. Some guy said, and it's torrent live, said Node because you learn wide sets of application app skills, right? Wide sets of skills. All right. That being said, I agree, but I need more. I need more reasons for this. Lots of documentation as well. Yeah, Node.js, lots of documentation. What else? Connected. Oh man, what is happening here? We're back. Okay. Pro-Evils, why this question is flawed? Can you explain to us? Okay, so here he said also abstracts lots of complex stuff. Makes sense. You have a lot of API functions that are available for you. Best of what as a junior? Okay, let me just go up, and I will make this question more. Best stack to start with for 2025 as a junior. Okay, so does that make sense? Best stack to start with your career, basically, right? And we are talking only web here, basically, kinda. Yeah, so basically at the end you will be able for building web apps. Let's debate. All right. Okay. Actually, some guy said here that if you actually go the Node.js route, you will be also learning. Where is it? Like, here you go. It says here, learning modern internet. So, internet has everything. Everything have JS in it. Not everything, but everything web has that. Makes sense, but I still need more reasons. Okay, so Pro-Evil said the way to pick the best framework depends completely on what you need to achieve. Pick the right tool for the right job. Correct. That's 100%, but let me make this even better. Okay. Let me give a case, okay? I am interested in web dev and I don't know where to start. What is the best way, or what is the best things to learn from back and front? All right, let me just go like this, back and front, to be able to become a web developer in 2025. Does this better? Is this kind of better? By the way, do you see my screen correctly, or is it too small? And now we are talking kind of Django, we are talking Node.js, and I want to actually make this a bit smaller so I can fit everything. It's now becoming so much smaller, I know, but I want to learn, right, about what you think. All right, so Pro-Evil said, to give you an example, let's say the people vote the best outcome for a junior is a Django. Okay, cool. Now the junior needs to build a mobile app and you're instantly screwed. So what is really the best choice? Okay, I think that because I didn't write this before I wrote this, right? So now, and if you are a beginner in web dev, backend isn't where you start. It's front-end, HTML, CSS, JS. Okay, but you want to become a web developer, and we started with backend, correct? Let's go front. Now let's go front. Let's switch focus front. Let's start, and then we will do it like this. To make things easier for you guys, we will put a circle here and put inside it like a number, where that number will be kind of like, let me just make like a new one here, or you know what, let me just create it like this. This is 1, for example. We say this is step number 1, let's say, or something like that. Okay, so in order for me to use that now, I need to select it and I go to front end, because we said that front end is the first thing that you need to learn. All right, so probably this is number what and the other one is number what. We will talk about it step by step. So which number 1, which number 2, or something like that. Yeah. So this one probably is, that has no number. This one probably is number 4 or 5 or whatever on the back end. But because if you say, yeah, I learn HTML, CSS as a front developer, and then at some point you will become like asking yourself questions about databases and stuff like that. Look, this is an open like question. I don't want people like in the chat to think about me actually trying to create my own roadmap. It's not like that. It's just that I'm thinking simple. You get this question a lot. I have people asking me on TikTok, I love coding, what should I do? For some people like this, you cannot tell anything, because you can say what is your goal, or you can say what kind of coding you want to learn. Like, is it web, is it mobile? And then as ProEvil said, if you are learning Django and then you need to create a mobile app, then you're screwed, because that won't help you, right? So for me, I want now to restart this question with just whatever I wrote here. I'm interested in web dev and I don't know where to start. So in full stack web dev, okay, so a guy is interested in full stack web development and doesn't know where to start. Where is the best things to learn from? What is the best things to learn from? Or where is would be better actually. What is the best things to learn from? Back and front. Okay, I will take this off. Where should I start? And the best things to learn. And I want the best things to learn to become a web developer in 2025. Okay, I will explain to you now why I wrote it like this. So where should I start? That's correct. So now we will have the naming and numbers. And I want the best things to learn to become a web developer in 2025, because we don't want to tell people to start with the Spring Boot, okay? Because then we have the numbers. And also, if you want him to start with Spring Boot, then you need a good like reason why, because he probably wanted backend development. But in our case, it's not the case. It's a full stack development. So first thing probably is HTML. So I will write the HTML part here. So this is HTML/CSS/JS. And I think this is all as one step, because we are not talking framework, right? And now I want after someone has like a really good understanding of JS, what could he do next to become really good at what he to become really good as a web developer as a junior web developer in 2025. Yeah. Okay, now I'll read your comment. Doesn't belong. JS is fast because of Google event loops. Google and event loops. What do you mean JS is fast because of Google? From PHP to Node, I don't know if I leave knowing what I do now. I don't know, man. You need to explain to us exactly what you want to be. The market has shifted with AI. Companies are more aware and govs are pushing AI. True, yeah. Do you recommend to learn full stack web development and then Java? I mean, if you are saying full stack web development, probably Java is in your way if you are wanting to learn it as a backend language. Is the web dev market very competitive? Can a junior dev survive? This is a question to ProEvils probably. Is the web dev market very competitive? Can a junior dev survive? Very, very good question actually. But if you are a good junior, then you will survive, I think. but you need to use AI heavily to kind of like, yeah, become really good fast. Maybe you need to fasten your progress. Generic web dev, yeah, like web dev with whatever, like let's say all frameworks, React, Svelte, whatever, Angular, all of them as frameworks plus all of them as job titles. So you can be front-end web front-end junior dev at a company that uses JavaScript with React or whatever other framework. Yeah. Do you recommend to learn full stack web development than Java? That's actually, I'm waiting for you. You said something already. I'll learn Node.js, but I also want to learn Java as an extra. No, don't do that to yourself. Pick your lane, man. Pick one. Yeah. NextJS has 9.1 exploit 1 month ago. Learn Laravel. Oh, Robin here did his portfolio website. I needed to click to see it, by the way. I thought that it's, oh, look at this. But why all this scrolling? 3 project, 4 project, 5 project. So here you will write your project, or you need to click. It takes me to Facebook when I clicked, actually. All right. So full stack developer. I am a full stack developer based in Prague, Czech, passionate about building modern web experiences. I specialize in creating scalable application using React, TypeScript, JavaScript, and Python. I have worked with companies like JS, Mipcon, and I'm always seeking new challenges to drive digital innovation. Yeah, very actually good one. But maybe you need to put more like text there, like more technologies that you use, because probably people will read this and leave the website sometimes. Yeah. Proevals also has his opinion here. Listen to his opinion as really like a constructive opinion, because he's right. Sometimes you have this as a cool thing, and the use case for me to create like a slide effect, like a transition effect with CSS, happened only once in my career. Only once that some guy came to me and said like, hey, we need to do a transition text that works like this. So yeah, it's just a prototype, I know, but you start from here and make only the slider like that, because it's cool to see something like that, and then this all will become something else. Okay, so don't really over engineer it, but yeah, nice. I don't know what is wrong here, but now if I inspect this, this is, look at this. Oh, what is this? Why you did that, man? Look at the text. So you wrote project 1 as a text multiple times, so it's scroll. I think you just need to create it twice, write it maybe twice for the screen size, and then leave it like to move forward and backwards. That is just an npm package. Is dynamically generated. Oh, how can you do that then? Do you have like small CMS in it or something that does that for you, or I need to adjust it, correct? And it have also, what is this, inline styles? Which framework did you work on this? Which framework? We need to know, and also people on TikTok are furious to know. Andrew said it's an npm package. Probably, yeah. My friends say that don't learn just one, learn Node.js, Java. No, man. Ikram, I enjoy what you're saying, but please pick your lane, one thing, all right? What about just learning Java? Does it have a future? Honestly, I cannot answer these kind of questions, but Java had a future, still have a future, and will still be there at least for the next, I don't know, 10 years maybe, unless they come up to deprecate it themselves and say, yeah, we're not gonna work on it anymore. And yeah, it has a future. If you want to learn Java, then learn Java and pick it that Java only, but you will be really heavily backend developer 100%, because you won't use like JavaScript only in the front end at that time. Yeah. Is Java must learn to get into web development? Why everybody is talking about Java as if it is JavaScript? You mean web dev as a front or back? Let's start from here. If you are actually talking backend development, please do it, because Java has been always powerful, and it uses OOP. It's really cool and has a lot of actually good concepts like inheritance, like classification, like these kind of extensions and stuff like that, creating classes with static, private, public, public variables. I don't know what is it called, methods, setters, getters, all this stuff. I remember them from university, but I'm not really good at it. But yeah, if you wanna do that with a bit of good backend structure that you learn, like you learn PostgreSQL to actually attach it to really good Spring Boot backend, and you actually show the full stack working correctly, then why not? Yeah. Keith asked if I have a YouTube channel. I actually have one. It's not really much now. I have like 3 videos, and I have in it like literally 3 videos. Now I am live streaming there. By the way, all my live streams are here. Twitch actually deletes them after 10 days, but here you have all my live streams since I started, right? All of them. I started 3 months ago, you see? So that's all my live stream every day. They are going here, you see? So go there. Yeah, async stack. I have 121 subscribers that I didn't market for. It just happened, right? And videos though, I have this video talking about React. I have this video talking about web development in general. I have this talking about AI, and I have this and skip unnecessary renders in React. These are shorts basically, but they are very long shorts kinda. And these are very, very old shorts. One video only performed well. 2 videos, I think 1K views is small, but it's not like TikTok, it's very low. I have 75 videos in my channel, so that's good. But if you want to really make me happy, come to Twitch, where we are right now, and you can see the full screen right there, like this. We have already people watching there, and we are seeking more followers. We want to gain until 500 followers for now. And if you can do that, that would be awesome. And if you want to follow where there is, you can go to my link tree, and here you go. Yeah, that's my link tree in the chat. So Misha is more into backend, so he wants to learn Java. Okay, but this is a question to everybody, right? So now we are talking about if you are a junior and like you just started and you want to actually go into web dev. After the first step will be HTML, CSS, and JS. Could be the second step is a framework. Could it be framework, or could it be something else? Right? Ikram said that people say AI is gonna replace GS, but I don't know, it can't think as a human and can't write good code. Why just GS here? Why you just pick GS? Because you think that AI can create web dev, right? Like front-end dev. You see the front-end UI, right? And then you're afraid only about JavaScript part. But JavaScript can be in the back-end. JavaScript can be everywhere, honestly. Back and front-end. I don't know where is it else, but that's it. I mean, it is really one of the like languages that if you learn really good, you will be able to build whatever you want. And that's my path right now. I'm just coding a full stack application with just JavaScript. Do I have a problem? No. Yeah. Does JS include front-end security? I don't know about that, but there is like good topics where you can learn about. For example, yesterday we defined the middleware. You can learn about how to define a middleware correctly in your application, where you block certain routes or something like that. So that's the security part. How can you not expose your tokens to be like wrongly used or exploited? How can you actually sign in, sign out correctly with the correct navigation and stuff like that? That's the maximum security that I think about when I'm building actually a front-end app, honestly. Yeah. Cool. It's React, nice. So Vite plus React TypeScript with MUI, that's what you think is the good one? Okay, Oscar is in the chat again. Java and JavaScript are not the same thing. For backend, learn Java. Spring Boot, goated. Yeah, Spring Boot is the goated framework for Java. But I don't know who, but people now are comparing like Kotlin with Spring Boot. And that's why I wanted to ask this question, because some of you will say, hey, learn Kotlin, but you need a good reason why not to learn Spring Boot, and vice versa as well. Yeah. Okay, he said Kotlin, Kitor and Spring Boot are day and night. So basically he just gave you like a comparison kind of there, and said like Kitor is good for small backends. And what about Spring Boot? Yeah, Spring Boot is good for banking apps, and so it's big backends, right? But yeah, okay, so can someone after learning HTML, CSS and JS start a framework, right? Django is decent enough for financial systems. Where did you come with that, and why? Because I might not know, and you might actually tell us. Tom said, be honest. Are we cooked? Is there even hope in this market? I mean, there is hope. There is hope. Don't worry, man. Tom, are you a web developer? So Zero here is studying cognitive science, just getting into HTML, CSS, and some JavaScript. Any tips? Interesting. My tip will be build projects, small projects, to understand JavaScript. Some use Go, like Monzo. What is that? What is Monzo? Like a framework or something that I never heard of? Freddy said we are cooked. LLMs are taken over. By the way, guys, please like the stream on TikTok. That will help me a lot. And I want you also to reach me out to 17k followers today, if that's possible. That would be amazing. I would really like to see that. Nice. I think my mic now is better, right? For people on Twitch, do you hear me well? I found out that my mic actually got very much misconfigured, so I configured it again. Yeah. All right, but guys, you didn't answer my questions. After learning HTML, CSS, and JS, am I ready as a person who just started in 2025 to start a framework? And then I will build up with another question. What framework, right? What framework should someone in 2025? And this is unpopular opinionated. So I know that I can go to State of JS and find that React is the first one. But what is your take for that? Pro Evils, think about you starting this year, okay? And you are going to learn and you don't know what you're gonna build. You're just blank, right? You just have no idea. And someone will come to you and say, learn HTML, CSS, and JS. Now you are learning HTML, CSS, and JS. And all you keep hearing about is, hey, after you learn JS, you need to learn a framework. But as I am a person who doesn't know which framework, where can I go, right? I'm hungry. What ingredients should I buy? Yeah, I get it. Because you want to cook something, right? So that thing should be a goal, your goal here. Why, like the question isn't clear here. If I'm interested in full stack web development, let's say I am building my portfolio, okay? I'm gonna build, as my first step, my first goal is to build a portfolio, okay? So Abel said, okay, it makes sense that someone here can start with React and then move forward to Next.js. And therefore, this covers that he's good now with React at some level, that he can go Next.js, and then therefore he knows that he's valid in 2025. Why I'm saying he's valid in 2025? Because That's the whole point. If you are a new developer and you don't know where to start, you need to be valid when you finish your work or your learning, right? Master JavaScript by building projects and go for React, I guess. That's also a good point. Yeah. Yeah, this is a comments. I'm reading comments here. I'm an inspiring web developer who never got an internship or a job. Tom, so we are so sorry for you, but I guess that's everybody nowadays. It's just a lack in the market. And I remember getting calls in 2022 like crazy. Like every day I get 2 calls for a job. And 2024 I started the year with getting some calls. 2025 started the year with getting no calls. I had to apply for after 4 years of doing this. I tried for the first time to apply myself, because always they call you, like they have your number somewhere at the job center or wherever, and they call you based on that. Yeah. And why those ingredients? That's a good question, a fairly good question, but as I gave you now, my opinion is just, as a web developer, your first goal, let's say, is to be valid and also be basically valid for the market, and at the same time be able to build your portfolio from scratch. Well, I would go for React because it's popular and it will give you a good option to catch a job after you learn it, so you could be front-end developer junior. That's also good. Yeah. And also I want to actually highlight something here. Let me just make this very small. I cannot. I will write it with this text, and I would say when, right? So when does someone move from React to NextJS? This depends on the goal. This is where you say, hey, because my job requires NextJS. When they learn what Node is. Interesting. Correct, because then backend conventions. Yeah. All right. That's something, Pro Evils, you said, that is on point, that I actually like to write it here. So Pro Evil said that when learning, okay, let me make this text a bit smaller. When learning backend conventions and touch a node, right? Yeah. You probably hear it means like Node, not JS, but Node framework basically. No, when touching Node, yeah. Yeah. So this makes sense. You will move to Next.js when you feel like now you are interested in full stack, and you will be able to actually create a full application where your backend is there. Yeah. I haven't had a call for 5 years, but I'd be grateful. I mean, in Germany, in Munich especially, you will get a call every day, Oscar. Every day. But it depends also on who you are, and also sometimes even your passport, if you are actually able to travel and stuff like that. But yeah, also if you are able to work remotely or not, or if the company actually wants you to go every day to the office. It depends heavily on that, but you have all the options available. So let's say every day there's like 100 new, or at least 500, not even 100, a new job posted. But they get like very cleared very fast, because we have how many people in Munich alone? Like 4 million people live in here. So it's like condensed area. You will have at least 300,000 developers living with you here, and you don't know about them all and what's their skills and how they do. Yeah. Getting bigger in knowledge, that's when I would go for next, because then you are scalable through more projects, I guess. Correct. Also that. So let me read some of the comments from TikTok here. Tailwind is very simple to learn. What's your opinion about .NET and C#? For a weird reason, I can't get familiar with the .NET logic. I never worked with .NET, that's the funny part, and I heard a lot about it, but worked with C#, with Unity, I remember, for building video games, just for a simple project at university. It was fun, but it's not my cup of tea. Moha said that he knows all of that, but no jobs. Where are you from? Okay, let's move very fast. When? Okay, I will ask another question now. When to learn CSS framework? Because this is all front end, by the way, so the front end needs to be here, all of the questions. And which framework, right? Which framework to be valid? Like, you get my point now. Please don't let me repeat myself every time. What framework that makes me valid to be actually a good developer in 2025? I would say Tailwind, but also I would say UI library here. Kind of, I would put it there, ChatCN. But I want to also hear your take, right? So Moa said HTML, JavaScript, TypeScript, React, Next.js, Tailwind, Redux, Django, REST framework APIs. Okay, now you went Django, and I don't know why. Why didn't you go, for example, Spring Boot, right? Is it that because that's what you learn or that's what you work with? Tell us, please. Andrew said that he hates Tailwind. Can you give us a good reason why you hate Tailwind? The reason for this, what I'm trying right now, is actually to make a summary and make a video out of it. So I want to make a summary from a lot of opinions, and then this video will become like, hey, this is what you learn. We are already live streaming this, and we come up with the best kind of roadmap for someone to become really good. I know that Django is there, but I will leave it, and I will leave it. Why? Because I want to say here, I will write it. Okay, so I would say, hey, probably a bad idea. Yeah. Let me just put like a text here. Bad idea for mobile, for example, dev or something like that. So it's like a very, very unique framework for certain stuff. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I prefer to start with Pico CSS. What is that? It's small, simple, and inobtrusive. I don't know even how to read that. Let me read. Unobtrusive. I don't know what is that. I want to study software engineering. How do I get bootcamp, and how do I learn it? So this is the kind of person that I'm talking about with this. A person that comes to you and be like, hey, I'm interested in software engineering. I saw my uncle working at home. He doesn't have like to go to the office, working remotely, such a good job, getting paid. He has a BMW, and I think that he's rich. So I want to become like him. What bootcamp should I go to? Right. Believe me, I got asked this question. Okay. I got asked this question. And what can I reply to this one? A good example is Pro Evils here in the chat. He actually mentioned, what do you want to do? Imagine going to a supermarket and actually saying, what ingredients should I buy when I'm hungry? But before you say what ingredients should I buy, you should say what I'm gonna cook. I'm going to cook a lasagna, therefore I need this, right? So that's how you start kind of like defining your objectives. But for us now, we literally know that if you define your objectives, then therefore that's your first and probably most good job, good like start, like, because you did 50% of what you need to learn already, which is defining what you need to learn, right? Yeah. Why recommending Django instead of Fast API? Personal preference. Honestly, we are not recommending that. We are now talking about like the steps, and we put Django because someone recommended it, so we put it like there because he said it's fairly easy to learn and abstracts lots of complex stuff. So that's the only two fair reasons. So probably we need to take it off, right? So we can use a new thing, right? So if you have here Fast API, you said Fast API, but Fast API with what language? Yeah. Oscar still says that Django and Flask, fair enough, it's easy to learn and get started with. Okay, Oscar, so you think that someone who's interested in web development needs to start with Django? Yeah, Django is, by the way, is a framework, correct? But we're talking Python before Django at this point. But also, yeah, as we mentioned Node.js, we needed also to mention Express probably here. "4K said, how about like a CMS?" Yeah, like WordPress. That's also a good idea. But is WordPress still valid in 2025 that will make you a good web developer? Always read the goal on top before kind of answering. But overall, Fast API is an alternative to using Django and Python. Flask is also alright. Correct. Thanks for this. That reminded me actually that we use Fast API in one of the projects. Using actually, I think, yeah, it's an alternative for Django. Actually, we did it like that. Django, by the way, is a framework. Is correct. Laravel is good for teaching concepts. You think so? Okay, I would add a PHP. I would add a PHP here, like framework, just for the sake of it, because a lot of you actually are saying that. So I would say Laravel. What is the other one? Symfony, like this. What are the frameworks for? What are the frameworks that are used for PHP? Give me one more. Is there one more? Okay, I will just write whatever here. So you said Laravel covers. So does Django, yeah. So covers concepts, all concepts. And then we said includes frontend. Yeah, that's correct. Hey, first chatter, non-looped on Twitch. Welcome to the chat, mate. It's a full stack framework, right? What does it use? Like this. What do you call a page on Laravel? Blades. Uses blades. Yeah, it's sharp. Very sharp. Something like that. Yeah, okay, so Django is not enterprise. Django is dead. Come on, man, like you're talking about one of the best frameworks. Oh, is it yeah, .blade uses. Okay, Blade is a PHP templating language. Okay, but what is the other ones that they use for PHP? Definitely there is more, right? All right, so now let's talk about, okay, if for CSS we already did this, so I would say that before I will make this my third. Okay, and I will move this one here because I believe that you can learn about CSS second, right? And then move the NextJS to React, the third one, right? If you want to do backend, Spring ultimate goal. Okay. Now we go to our fourth backend one, which is for sure it's an unpopular opinion, but also a very good opinion. All France, I think 90% of France uses Spring Boot. They don't even know that Express exists. And I have a really good idea because my uncle, who is in France, showed me like a page about recruitment in his company, and they all ask for Spring Boot. Never they ask about Express or JavaScript in the backend role. Yeah, maybe because also he's in the banking area. For sure there is not a heavily used, I think, banking framework like for JavaScript, but I don't know, honestly. Yeah. All right, then we will write another one here. Sorry, I will actually do it like this. I will copy this one and make it another color. Let me make it like, which color should we use? Like, let me make rosy like that so it doesn't hurt the eye. Spring Boot. And why? Now, why Spring Boot? Everybody in the chat, go. Why? Give me the whys. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. non-looped. Thanks for telling that. I think for CSS, you are moving from SCSS to Tailwind will be really, really good idea, right? Maybe I will make this a bit smaller. Yeah. Now I need to know more about your concepts and advantages of Spring Boot, because honestly, if you don't give me good advantages, then I wouldn't say it's good. I'm kidding though, but yeah. Yeah, there are also micro frontend and microservices concepts. There is a lot of things that you need to know for sure, but we are talking here, and go back to the question that I'm asking. Here's the question. I'm interested in full stack web development and I don't know where to start. Where should I start? And I want the best things to learn to become a web developer in 2025 and start my first project with a simple portfolio. So you don't tell me, hey, but what he's going to build at the end, right? So it's a portfolio. So Oscar said, enterprise grade, good job security, and GOAT framework. So I will take off that GOAT framework. It's just your opinion. Good security, I heard that, and I don't know about it, but I will write it still, and I will let the chat decide. And yeah, we have also level enterprise applications. What else? Please say it. What do you mean you know backend needed? I have never touched Java and I'm a learning path right now. You are learning Java, right? My good days with Laravel. Our first timer in the chat on Twitch as well. Welcome. Simple portfolio needs backend. Doesn't actually. Yeah, no backend needed. Okay. With a blog. All right. With a blog, so then it needs a backend. Even a blog, I think it doesn't even. I'm no one busting your balls on this. This is why specific matters. Yeah. I'm all good, but as you see, we are playing a game here, so I'm not really having any problem with that. Highly scalable? Is it? Is Spring Boot highly scalable? It is actually highly scalable, but it needs a lot of plugins and interactions with other side effects to become scalable actually. But NextJS, they say it's very scalable, for example. Java and Python have most mentions in Seattle's software engineering jobs or Indeed. So thanks for this. This is what I was talking about. React is mostly in Germany is like React the GOAT. Angular, you don't hear Angular anywhere you go. Actually, I saw like places where they do like podcasts or whatever like that about JavaScript and stuff like that in Germany, where they ignore totally Angular, like as if it doesn't exist. Why? Because the market is more focused into React and Next.js. And I feel them. And somehow the second framework for Munich is Laravel, actually. So we still have a lot of people writing in PHP. What about .NET? I'm currently learning it. By the way, this is just the goal for us, is to create kind of like a portfolio with a blog for someone who's actually interested in full stack web development. So that's why we didn't mention a lot of other stuff. But .NET is fairly based and it's known, it's goated as well. But for me, I need a good reason. So give us why should someone learn .NET and we'll put it into the list. Okay, massive ecosystem. Okay, correct. Actually, let me then make this smaller so I can put them next to each other. So this one, sorry, like I have my screen small and I cannot do everything at once, but Laravel I'll put there, Spring Boot I'll put it here, Node.js has a lot. All right, So now highly scalable, and then we go with massive ecosystem and community support. That's really interesting, but all of them have a really good community, honestly. Hey, oh, Robin is going? Oh no, not Robin, Dower is going. Okay, man, good night, mate. Sorry that we are actually live streaming late for you. Can you share without maps? What do you mean by maps? Road maps, you mean? I will share with you everything you need in a bit. So just let's play our game now and finish with this, and then we move forward, okay? So, yeah. You're here to the very end. Nice, man. Also for Spring, that is very good salary because Java is less known language. Do you think so? What font is that? For my terminal, it's Nerd Fonts. JetBrains Nerd Fonts. Yeah. So I can go, for example, OOP heavy. That's what Sam actually wrote in the chat. Welcome. Code Academy is great to learn Python. Rust is easy through practice. That's correct as well. But for me, actually, I never did. Golang. Backend Golang? Yes. But why should someone in 2025 learn Golang? You can say, for example, it's heavily supported by Google. Something like that, for example. It can be like a really good reason. It doesn't need to be code reasons, by the way. Yeah, they are actually mixed up. You know what? If something is a star, means that it could be mixed up. So let's look at these now and say which of the ones can be mixed up between all of them, right? And at the same time, I need also why Golang. How many projects do you think someone need to be able to create decently in React? I mean, create 2 projects and understand them very well. Use like some good hooks and understand what you're building with hooks. Then you honestly will be a really good grade, because then you don't need to create a 100 app. You just need to create simple few, and that's it. Okay, Tax said that he's trying to learn Python and it's insanely hard. What is hard about it, and can you tell us an example? If you want to program a to-do list, how long does it take you as a beginner? You see, this is another question where he didn't mention a framework at all. For me, if I use, let's say, React, a to-do list will take me 1 hour, for example, right? Because I know how to create it. I will probably use like for storage. I will not even use storage. I will just do an array for my to-do lists. I will make them like toggled, and I will make an input to actually input these to-do lists, and that's it. Yeah, move from there. Alicia said that she might be struggling to understand concepts. That's fine, honestly. Keep just learning. It's just that imposter syndrome that hits everyone in the beginning, but then you will be fine. Okay, so this guy, Summer, said, I have a question. I learned JS, React, NextJS, Tailwind, Node.js, Express, MongoDB. You need a job. You don't need anything else to learn now. You just need a job. Honestly, like, oh, that's it. All right, so I will read now Twitch. So it's like I said, you can take any bullet point other than the last Node.js bullet point and apply to Golang. Lots of docs, learn wide sets of skills, and modern internet as everything has it. Okay, true actually. So yeah, I will put this then on the star and mention Golang later on. Right. Actually, I feel like highly scalable can be shared also, right? High scalability can be totally shared. Opinion on Vue.js, very good, goated, awesome. I used it a bit with a model I created on Adobe app, and I think it's just perfect. I wish if I could actually pick it up from the beginning to understand like some of the concepts, but it contains really good integration of JavaScript concepts and stuff like it has like the same as states and stuff like that from React, and it even you can write inline some codes that are not possible with React JSX, for example. And I like also how you can bind your functions for on change and stuff like that. It's really easier. And yeah, what else? Like the itinerary part of it also is very easy. And honestly, continue with it if you think Vue is really good. It's actually the second on the market for 2024, so it's not gonna be dropping soon. Yeah, NestJS looks exactly. Doesn't NestJS look exactly like Spring Boot? Yeah. Look at this. But that's totally like, okay, that's simple class, but I actually remember that I saw like some docs about this, and it surprised me how similar it is to okay, let me check routes or controllers, right? How similar is this to Spring Boot actually? Yeah, the reason why these bullet points are shared because we are mixing languages and framework. You are right about that actually. Add-on is JS, is the Laravel equivalent. I don't know this one as well. What is it called? Add-on is JS. Yeah, this looks exactly actually how you set up controls. Oh my gosh, this is cool. Oh, HTTP context. Okay, I don't know this part. What is this? Define a validator and pull it all together. Where is the HTML part then? Because Laravel is also full stack, right? Don't tell me that enterprises use this actually. Docs. Let me zoom. This is how you set it up basically. Configure it here. Okay, so this is how you do it on HTML. Awesome, man. Like this is something that I also like, but I would hate to type. So for sure there is like plugins to do this kind of stuff, man. Like it should be like there is like goated plugins for this. With WSL, Gabby, yeah, I'm with WSL. She said that she switched Linux, Kali Linux, and I have a problem with WSL. You can write me if you have any, and I will try to solve it with you. Actually, you don't need. What do you mean WSL for Kali? Why should you need WSL if you're using Kali? Maybe you can just text me your problem in more details, and honestly, I will be happy to look after it. We can like go to Discord and check it. I'm confident I can code better than you with Cursor. All right, that's a good one. That's a good one. Just CJ said that. NextJS not similar to Spring Boot. NestJS, not NextJS. Do you have 10-stack query? Yeah, I used it. It's really nice. I used it with some of my API functions for the front end. I do also use Zustand controllers with it, with Zod validators with it, and 10-stack router in one of the application. And the only thing that I hated about it is that in my context for the 10-stack, I need to pass. I need actually to pass, I think, 10-stack query instance. So then, therefore, 10-stack will be even used above its provider, which doesn't make sense for me actually to use it like that. But maybe I'm writing something wrong, and I'm sure that I'm writing something wrong. I need to revisit that part. I can show how I use 10-stack, but let's finish this topic, okay? Let's finish this topic and then go back to coding. So we wanted, yeah. Let me record this. So we wanted actually to check what is the best frameworks/languages in 2025 that we can use, and it will be like for a junior developer very easy like hop into 2025 stacks and be able to create his first project like as a simple portfolio with a blog, we said. And yeah, and also we are answering these questions just because people don't know where to start. And for me, for backend, I preferably use Node.js/Express now NextJS as a full stack kind of solution. And here we have actually with these asterisks the shared kind of like points above, like the share points between all the frameworks/languages. And we say that, for example, Node.js has all good docs, has, for example, a wide sets of skills that you can learn using Node.js. But the only thing that I also agree with here, what the chat actually mentioned, is the modern internet as everything have JS in it. Django, though, we have our friend in the chat who said that you can learn Django, you can learn Python, and it's fairly easy to learn and so on. But you will be actually maybe stuck at some point while you are actually building, let's say, mobile apps, right? So you can find also other frameworks like Laravel/Symfony, which are PHP based, and they cover all the concepts. And I agree on this because I used Symfony before, and honestly, I really liked it. Also for Laravel, you can write the full application. Your index file or blade files will be there, and your controllers will be also separated, but they are all in the same project. And then you include the front end, and you have a full stack framework that is ready to use. Spring Boot, though, Spring Boot is really awesome. I know that Oscar here in the chat loves it, and he says that it's the best framework, and that's his opinion about it. And I agree to an extent. If you actually learn Java, you will go the path to learn Spring Boot at some point, right? So good security, level enterprise apps, highly scalable, massive ecosystem, and the community support is actually shared in between all of them. Now the front end is simple for us. We chose that the first step will be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and we said then you can learn a bit about SCSS, then pass to Tailwind or use some UI libraries like ChatCN. That will make you actually at least understand where Tailwind styles are coming from, because it is dependent on SCSS on some of the components that they build or some of the style injectors they build. But the thing is that then you can learn a framework like React and pass to Next.js. And we even answered when you pass. We said when you are starting to learn about backend conventions and when you at least touch Node once. So this is it. Yeah, keep going, guys, with this. Let me know also what you think in the chat, and I would really be happy to hear more about how can you solve this question above. And that's it. I mean, now we can go back to the topic of coding and read more of the comments before doing that, and we will for sure build some stuff. Okay, so difference between SCSS and Tailwind. SCSS also like I actually don't know if it's a framework for CSS or it's actually a tool. It's a SASE Cascadian style sheets, and it's a preprocessor script and language that extends CSS. So it's something like you inject on top of CSS to be able to nest variables and write rules, basically. Honestly, I learned SCSS by doing. I'd never actually opened docs or whatever. I just looked at some code of some guy who uses SCSS, and I used it the same, and I started to learn how to inject props there and stuff like that, and it worked for me. So that's why now I wanted actually to look at the definition, because I honestly don't know it, right? Is better Python or Ubuntu? I think here, Gabi, you're messing up with the concepts. Maybe you are talking about Python on Ubuntu, like you're using Ubuntu to just code in Python. That will be a different topic. I mean, you probably need a lot of packages to install over there and to make your Python journey go well, but I agree that you can probably also download PyCharm and it will install everything for you needed. We have a first timer on the chat also on Twitch. I'll read his comment after ProEvils. ProEvils said that, so do we keep Node and add Nest and Adonis, or keep Node and add the both frameworks? I honestly will stop it here. I will not add anything. It just will start to become like a never-ending debate. But I will add Nest because I really like it, and probably there I will not add anything JS that looks like a PHP, because then we have two concepts in one. I don't know. Imagine like someone tells you, hey, you love PHP, here's a JavaScript like framework that looks like PHP or something like that. It just doesn't make sense for me. But yeah, I see that people use it, so I don't know. Maybe you can tell us if you used it before. That will be also good, right? Oh, we have a raid coming up. That's amazing. So next tab, his name is NextTabDA, is raiding with a party of 22. Thanks, man. I see you there, and thanks for helping out. Dino, yeah, I heard about Dino though. I didn't use it, not denominated, Dino. And Dino is the next generation JavaScript runtime. It's like a bun, right? But I never used it also. What's your opinion about Dino though? Hey NextTab, how are you going? How's it going for you? How is life? Your NextTabDA, are you German as well? Hi Andreas, hi everybody who came from NextTabs. Alright, so now we will read also more stuff. So React Native is now full stack and is capable of both web and mobile simultaneously. Correct, actually. Alright, I actually didn't use Dino, but I would like to hear about it. And for you TikTok chats also, I know that you are mocking me here about some of the concepts that I just said. Did you hear of Medusa.js? I didn't hear of this. Hey everybody. Bit late for, yeah, German, nice. I'm not German though, but I live in Germany, so that's nice. A bit late for you, a bit early for us. We start now the stream, so tell your viewers to come to us whenever they are done with your stream. And thanks a lot, honestly, one more time for your raid. Honestly, that's amazing. A UI library that's for both web development. It's Tamagui Dev. Alright, this is something cool. I never heard also of this. Honestly, I need then to refresh my memory about all these concepts. Wow. A powerful style system, a multi-phased optimizer and compiler enable SSR first atomic CSS logic. Wow, okay, so basically here in a view, for example, you cannot use style inline, but you use exactly a padding like this, and you define how you want your padding based on a prop. This is great. This is awesome. And then the output will be just gibberish for sure. Wow, okay. Dino is everything. Bundler, formatter, tester, and package manager. Very good one. That's a good one, actually. Yeah, it's everything. And Bun also became like that. I'm heading off. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thanks, man. Thanks. Thanks, Next. I'm showing you the output for the same code in both web and mobile. Oh, I thought that this is just the compiled of what this in GS like. But does it do mobile also? Okay, wait a second. Let me reread. Now Soy needs to learn all the Next and all the front-end work. Yeah, why not? What do you use though? You work with Spring Boot, and it's actually jobs you use a lot. I'm actually working Mercado Libre. I don't know what is that, but I think you're proud of it to mention it. Then I'm really happy for you. Yeah. Yeah, but Dino is actually really amazing. Okay, so let me just go to the docs here to see something really quick. Okay, GitHub, Figma, blog, sponsor, community. All right, let me go back. Core, installation, configuration, installation. Yeah, so you add a view, and then on that view you start to configure. All right, nice. So that view probably is multi display for mobile and maybe desktop as well. Hi there, Leafef or Lie. or Lif, or Lifey. I don't know. How can I read your name? But hi. All right, cool. Yeah, this is amazing. I have no idea what this means. Also me, Gabe. Also me. I'm learning a lot today. All right, so any more questions about this, or do you want me to keep going this path and we talk more about frameworks and we get more confused? I mean, can we can someone answer me, like, why all these frameworks, why all these packages, one package that does just have one extra feature and they just became the next big thing? And then you have how many UI packages or UI frameworks we have, or UI libraries or whatever. Okay, so this runs on Expo, which is a React Native framework. Expo renders your code to both mobile and web. Okay, I got it. Tamagui UI then actually works on React Native, and then it will extract, or basically outputs your application into mobile, both iOS and Android. Sorry for this, you need to hear this all the time. With TikTok is trying actually to make sure that I'm a human from time to time. Cool. How many followers do we have on TikTok right now? I have no idea. Let's check. We are 16.9, which means you are very, very, very close to 17K. So guys, if you can make it happen, I'll be really happy. Just share the live stream. Do everything you can do on TikTok right now, so just to make this happen. And for people on Twitch, we are actually live on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and also TikTok. We have a lot of people watching, like around 70 plus. We had 100 just in a bit ago, and yeah, they have like the vertical view, and where they can see like the code behind me, and with a minimized screen. So it's kind of cool. I set up like for them also a very good one. Yeah, Andreas, which font is this? It's JetBrains Mono Nerd font. So I can actually set up that to be can I set like a command for that, or maybe I will write it now. It's JetBrains Mono Nerd fonts with Tokyo Night theme. The theme I made configurations to. So if you want to see the configurations that I did for the theme, you can go to my GitHub, or you can do bank socials here. Sorry, I always use bank for that exclamation point socials, and then go to my link tree, go to my GitHub. For everybody also on TikTok that are asking about these kind of stuff, go to here, go to 1 second, up, repos, and then you will find something called my nvim setup. My new Vim setup, and in my new Vim setup I have this Loa/Ayman. My name is Ayman, and then you can go to plugins. Man, I forgot which one I put for, but you can find like in each plugin that I have contains its one here, but one of them is the init Loa. Here you will find, for example, what I'm trying, for example, to get to work. For example, Vim Tmax Navigator installed, and so on and so forth. You will find, just actually get the repo and search for theme. You will find it like Tokyo Night, and you will find the extra configuration that I have. Why do I use Yarn? I'm not using Yarn, I'm using Bun, by the way. You are talking about this one. When you were here there was Yarn. Yeah, you're correct, but this is not actually something that we're using. This is what we were talking about in a minute, about how you can actually like use React Native with this to make really good mobile apps. Why am I not using Rust? I never learned it. Probably this weekend it will happen. What is that? Me learning Rust? Nah, it will never happen. There is this guy, his name is X. He said, I did everything that you said. Now how can I make money? Well, it's up to you. Get a job first, right? We have a friend of ours here called Jimmy on YouTube. He said hello mate, really happy that you joined the chat. What we are doing now, we are streaming on Twitch as well. Twitch, there is a lot of people watching there, so go to Twitch, that will be better. and please let us know if you have any questions there or on YouTube as well. All right, so now let's go to bit. So the thing is that we reached out last time is that we made actually a very good homepage copy. So this is our homepage that we basically stole, right? The thing is about this homepage, I'm going to actually edit it, but this is not what interests us right now. What interests me is to actually build the file upload feature. And for the file upload feature, I probably need some upload design, right? And we have also the dashboard here. We prepared it like the dashboard, right? This is the dashboard that we copied from ChatCN UI basically. And here's how it works. And here's also for you on TikTok to see it. And we did a sign-in page. And because I'm signed in right now, the page right now seems to be working fine because I think I need to make it not be able to be seen if you are signed in, right? But now I think this is a mistake that it actually can go to sign in. What about profile? Profile is there. What about without profile? And then therefore this. And then therefore we have the sign in again. If I click login, it asks me for this. I need to actually work on this probably right now. I will do something. And then log in. It doesn't work. That's cool. Nice. So this is, we are actually can log in with GitHub. So now if I click GitHub, it will just append some session something on the bottom. Oh, it says like something is wrong. Let me check. Social GitHub provider is not responding. Is that correct? Why is that? Post 500 internal server error. Why this is happening? Make sure the database server is running. Ha ha ha. For sure brew is not working. Oh, brew services start Postgres, and boom, we are starting that. So let's go back to see the services list. What is that the correct one for that? Honestly, I'm not sure. What is the command to start brew? Let me see. Brew start Postgres. It's I know that you guys know better, but yeah, I will read your comments also. Theme is Tokyo Night for new Vim. initdb, it's not actually mentioned. Why did I click on this and then nothing is there? Okay. And isn't it bad to use two package managers in one project? No, I'm using Bun actually. Brew services start PostgreSQL. Okay, you know what? PSQL profile. Yeah, error connects to server socket. Failed. No such file or directory. Is the server running locally and accept connections on the socket? Man, that's so does Bun skip on peer depths? Actually, what I saw for Bun Firstly, it's a really good runtime. It runs super fast, and also it's a really good package manager. It just gets everything faster. For some reason, it's epic for me, and I really liked it. I didn't use it heavily before. I used it only for 2 projects, and yeah, non-looped. He's asking good questions here. Yeah. So yeah, if you guys can answer him and help out, that would be great. Yeah. What these is for the folder expand collapse arrows. I mean, what I use for foldering and everything like that is like my own setup for NeoVim, and I did it with the help of Lua, and Lua actually lets me configure all of this. So yeah, cool. Glad that you like that. Okay, then we now learned something new, which is that bun skips on peer depths, and that I actually didn't know, but now I would call you Lai, because honestly I don't know how to say your name, but you can let me know. And he said yeah, so all good. Yep. All right, we need to find a way for this, and I have an idea. I tend to actually do something really cool. Sometimes when things broke, I just do exit. I'll exit this as well, exit everything, exit more time. So I am on WSL right now. By the way, I return back to PowerShell for some reason, and that's because my normal terminal in Windows is PowerShell. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna just purge everything to WSL. So I will just shut down the whole thing. Now if I just do WSL, it will kickstart PostgreSQL per default, and then we will be able to use it actually there. Yeah, it still says status none for some reason, but if I do PSQL profile, oh, it's okay, so it's not finding the 5432. Maybe because we installed that DB engine. Is it running? No, it's not. It's stopped. So interesting, very interesting actually. Connection to server socket TMP. I will try to find out this. I will copy it and try to find a solution for this, because it's not running, so we can try to see what is the problem. Yeah, because status for PostgreSQL is none for some reason. Yeah, I will try to actually search about this right now while we're on stream, but this is good, like we are doing a lot of stuff lately. So you know what, there is like this pgctl, right? pgctl status. Actually, I don't know why it's not finding it, so it's saying no databases for that. Okay, and then I'll do sudo systemctl status for PostgreSQL, and then it says okay, so that's weird. I will just do no grep and then do PostgreSQL. Yeah, unit service could not be found. Weird, man. Okay, then sudo systemctl, instead of status I'll do start. Maybe because we just blocked it somewhere, or and then failed to start PostgreSQL service not found. That makes sense because we installed it with brew. Yeah. So we did brew services list, and we did brew services, and then for the people following TikTok, I'll show you just this, and also for you I'll just hide that so you can see the chat on the screen. So right now I'm gonna just do services start again PostgreSQL and see what it returns. It says successfully start in that, but for some reason it's not. Try brew info. Okay, brew info Postgres. No available formula with Postgres. Maybe PostgreSQL. Okay, you're right. Okay, interesting. I'll try that again on top so you can see it. All right. Interesting. So everything seems to be installed. Yeah, sorry Robin, I saw your comment just now. When I code on Windows, I use git bash and every just workflow flawlessly. Never need WSL for anything other than running things typically run in Docker. Yeah, for me, I cannot actually run run NeoVim good on Windows, so that's why I use WSL. Oh, we have another comment actually from YouTube, sorry, that I saw this just now. It says, how can I learn scripting? Where do I start? I think there is a really good course at Code Academy about scripting and shell and all of that. And yeah, it's already running though, but I cannot access my my profile here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just do Postgres, and as you see, PSQL is not running. So brew info PSQL, brew start PSQL, not working as well. Let me just do services start Postgres, that's starting, and then yeah, for some reason PSQL is not the one that is working. It's saying that error connection server on socket wherever. Can I actually kill that socket? Yeah, probably it's running on different port. You know what, I will kill that port and then see what I can do, right? Yeah, because now I feel like the port is the issue, right? Let me see again, let me Google this, what it says, and then see how can I kill that port. Honestly, this is a good one, yeah, a good example to share with the Google. So now how can I kill a port? I also need to do this again. Isn't your port different? No, it was, yeah, might be actually. That's a good one. Let me go tmax for this. I'll just go mvim, not here though, for the other project profiler. I need my environment variables, I think, for this. I'll just hide the screen for a second. And where is it? Here you go. And for you guys, I'll put the application on top. Yeah, so the thing is that here I think I have, no, 5432, it's correct. So it's not different actually. .5432, so sorry for that. Now I will return the terminal. It will take some time because my terminal view is just broke as fuck, and I need always to do like some tests to make it appear again. Let me try again for a second. Open terminal view, and then I need to cancel and then go back. Yeah, now it's back. So I found out that it's not that, but I can do this. There is like this one about talking about the sockets. I can go ZPR again, this one. So no such file or directory. That makes sense. Interesting. You know what, maybe the version, because I actually updated it. Let me just do this. Brew info, Postgres log. You see, all the info seems correct. Brew services will fail when run under tmax. What? Yeah, I will do that sudo blah 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 grep listen something. Thanks for sharing that. It's listening and then nothing. Oh yeah, Kai, thanks for sharing that, because that will show us like the prefix for the brew part. And then yeah, the 1 second, yeah, brew prefix. I'll do PostgreSQL. Yeah, so this is the brew prefix, right? Nice that I know now this. Now I will just copy this one and use it for this one. Or you know what, for here. No such files or directory for some reason. So it says that it successfully started PostgreSQL. The only thing that I have here when I use PLSQL, you look at this. Where is it? PSQL. It says that connection to server on socket, TMP, wherever, failed. Is the server running locally and accepting connections to that socket? Okay, then I will try that PGSTL part. Okay, 1 second. It's PGSTL and then -d, and then you go to that and you try PostgreSQL 14, right? At 14. No operation specified, it says. Interesting. Hafiz, welcome. Tail PostgreSQL. Yeah, for now we are tailing PostgreSQL logs. We have a problem with Postgres. No dash at the end. Which dash? Oh, PGSTL and then no. I didn't know dash actually. Okay, let's do the one that is just the at. Yeah, there is at here, and I think there is no dash. If you saw a dash, then yeah, our friend here said maybe do 14. Yeah. Interesting. Stop Tmax and try again. Tmax cases issues with brew services. Okay, I will stop Tmax. Exit. So you want me to copy that again, right? Yeah. I will try it, but the only thing difference here is home, Linux brew. No, there is nothing different actually, but there is no PGSTL, no operation specified, it says. But I think it's not running. Stop Tmax and try again. Brew services, let me try again. I'll try all the comments that you guys shared, because honestly I feel like something. Brew services list, I did that, but it says PostgreSQL as status of none. Yeah, this is, I probably need to copy, see what I can find about it. Ah, you think PSQL not installed with brew, that's why? Yeah, it must say started. That's the point. If brew can start Postgres, check the logs to see why. Oh, you told me to check the log with tail, right? Yeah, let me try that. And then maybe Postgres 14. Interesting. Some guy now said you need to add start at the end. Like what is saying? Okay, 1 second. Oh, okay. but I don't have, like, it doesn't even find that pgctl part. Yeah, so here it says no matches for wildcard of cache homebrew. Logs of that. Okay. Or change the path, right? If brew can't start Postgres. Okay, let's start to check that one and see what is the problem. Okay. Postgres. Let me share with you my screen basically here. Let me just, you can see PostgreSQL, not able to start. WSL maybe, brew. Let me just, oh, you know what? PostgreSQL status none. I will add brew just as a flag. Service, this one also they tend to ask about it. Then some guy said try to fix it using this. Output for this command will be like something like that. I will use this try brew. Let me check. Restart vvv whatever, and then I will do brew services list. Status is none still. Very weird. Yeah, brew services start PostgreSQL 14, then PSQL. That's what I did, Robin, and believe me, that's what I was actually doing now. Let me show you. Look on top. That's literally what I'm doing. Yeah, one stream ago I connected that, and it was really nice. In it, maybe in a DB or directory again. Oh, you think so? Damn. What could be the problem? What could be the problem? How can we actually, can we use that psox wherever? Yeah, here you go. Postgres is there and it's red for some reason. And can we stop it? How can we do stop that? Yeah, this is the problem. So the connection to localhost is not working with PSQL, you see? So can we stop that though? I need actually to find a way how to stop it. How can I? Yeah, I try to stop it and see what will happen. Services is not started. Now I will do the brew info part. Oh, sorry, it's Postgres, right? Then this info says that it's installed wherever, poured wherever, installed, and then brew services.postgresql, or the formula has created the default database cluster with to start PostgreSQL, or if you don't want to need a background service, you can just run this. Holy shit. Okay, let me just do it the normal way. That started. Let me just try again. And the server, is that server running? It's interesting. Yeah, NetDB, that part I actually did it right now. It's says the files belonging to this database system will be owned by user rod. The user must also own a server process. The database cluster will be initialized with the local C. And then error, directory exists but it's not empty. You want me to kind of like purge it, like delete all of whatever it contains, either remove or empty, right? This is what I'm gonna do. rmrf everything inside this and fuck it. Should I do that? What's in it? What's in it? Yeah, let me actually check what is in it first. Yeah, before I actually, this is like here you go. Interesting, man. We tend to fall into these problems a lot lately. I don't have that PCCTL or PGCTL, I think you wrote it wrong, running on my computer. Yeah, last time we were trying opt. Interesting guy. It says var Postgres is not empty, but you keep running stats on opt, not var. Oh, you're right, actually. No, I actually did on var here. Or maybe the other one. No, so this is on var. You know what? Fuck it. Okay. I was thinking that I'm actually on the... for a second I thought that I deleted everything. But yeah. Alright. I will actually just do this again, the initdb part. Now it's initializing everything for us again. Fixing permissions, doing all of that. PLSQL, who am I? Fuck, man. You might want to start pgctl login log file start. Success, you can now start the database server using. Okay, server started. pgctl, another server might be running, trying to start again. So that's cool because now we know that started. Root services status. Root services list. Oh, okay. Let me just psql-u. Okay, now I'm there. Now I need to create another database. Fuck. How can I list all? Oh man. Now I need to create another database. Yeah, you are right, no looped. I was actually wrong about that pgctl. It exists there by per default if you install Postgres, so you are right 100%. I have no idea, Robin, why it's actually none. Now we need to create user again. Do you remember the command to create that profiler? Create that user again. We need to create a user though. No, we need to create a database because the user is already created. I connected with Rod, which is my user. Now I don't have a profiler here, or I can exit for quit, and then I will go, hey, maybe here if I write profile is actually catch it. Maybe, okay, profile does not exist, you see. So I need to go to my Postgres there and then create a new database. I need to find a way about to do that again because I forgot. All right, so I think if we just connect to that, we can create database profile. Yeah, okay. And we need to create it uppercase, right? Create database, and here it should be profile. That should be it, I think. And now if I just do not D though, list, I think I have a I have something here. Is that let me just do that, and I will connect to profile again. Profile. What happened? Create user profile, user with password pwd. I don't want to create a password because we have already no password in there. So I might actually just do this PSQL, and then I can just do profile. That should work also, but it doesn't now. If I go to Postgres and then dash lists, I don't see my new database. Maybe because I created that create database wrongly. Ah, yeah, I remember why. You know why? Because I am not used to semicolons. Database and then profile, and then you need to put the semicolon, otherwise you won't get anything. You see the problem? Do you remember talking about the Linux experience? This is a great example of struggle. Yeah, it is. No semi-fucking-colon, right? Yeah, without the password though, that's fine. So now if I just quit and I go back to my profile here, I will connect. So all good now. All right, cool. But you know what is bugging me now in my head? Status is still none. Look at my friend, let's go. Alright, so ZPR. Here we go, we are there. So now let's try that out again. Yeah, I know, I was talking a lot about this as being one of the best things to do, like using terminals and Linux, but now I regret it. I fucking regret it. At some point I'll just switch. Okay, ProEvils, you shared something. Basically this is how ProEvils does his stuff. Let me actually, can I copy? I cannot do this. Copy link, file, HTML, file link, video. Then maybe that. Yeah, here you go. So what he does, he just connects and he does mydb whatever, start, stop, and that's it. Open in table plus. Look at the better kind of, yeah, everything better for sure using Mac. But you know why I'm not using Mac right now? Because of my keyboard. That's the problem. My keyboard actually is really Windows focused. It doesn't, Windows Linux focused. Works with Windows just fine. Yeah. I need to maybe does this and switch to cursor in the future. Switch to cursor with Vim. Yeah. Can anybody actually give me an example of cursor with Vim? Plugins, like I can set it up and I can train there a bit. Cursor with Vim. I'm sure that Vim mode supports for cursor. Then I will pick cursor as my. What do you use ProEvils as a IDE? What do you guys use in TikTok as an IDE? I want to know. Okay, we are really growing fast on TikTok. Let me check. We are not 17k yet, but we are there nearly. Yeah, cursor is a VS Code fork, that's correct. For Java, IntelliJ, everything else. By the way, I have the web. I think WebStorm became free, right? By the way, WebStorm became free. You don't have to pay for it anymore. Oh, non-looped used GitHub Copilot with NeoVim. That is nice. Nice. Amazing, actually. Zero asks, what are you trying to do? Right now we were talking actually about PostgreSQL and how it's not working. Right now actually I'm sharing the application again. This is the app, and I'm gonna actually test out the login part again. So So let me refresh the page. Refreshed. Everything is good, and now if I log in here, I will have social correctly with the response, right? Wait a second, I need to migrate and do the stuff. Okay, 1 second. I need actually to create a new user because the whole thing now lost. Right. So here auth sign in and social. I think the DB is not there anymore, right? So what I actually don't remember what we did when it comes to DB. So do you use the better auth CLI? I don't think that. We just need to do the Prisma part, right? Bonex, Prisma. I think that's it. Now we have it. Okay. Let me try now. Oopsie doopsie. Oh, well, I'm not running the server. So here what we did is just we migrated a new dev basically for the name better auth, and bun run dev, and we try again. I like how Prevo is still having issues with the UI. Okay, 1 second here. Why is it not working? Let me see. Does it work on another? Okay, now it's working. Let's go sign in. And let's go network tab. Okay, 200. And now we are logged in back. Okay, cool. Now it works. I just needed to do the Prisma part. So this guy uses also NeoVim, right? Can you actually share your NeoVim setup in the chat? It takes a good 2-3 minutes to oh, why 2-3 minutes? I mean, it depends, yeah. JetBrains products with engines to use? Nah, they are good. Believe me, they became so much better. Why don't you use Docker, bro? I don't use Docker actually in this project until I'm gonna deploy it. Yeah. What application I'm using for the command line? It's NeoVim. Hurrah! Thanks for actually saying all of that. Maybe it's running on a different port. Yeah, it was. And then we checked and it wasn't. It was yesterday because I ran that and then I changed it back because Postgres worked, and today Postgres stopped working for some reason. WebStorm is free for non-commercial, but even just streaming is considered commercial, so it's pointless. Then why no use? No, actually the non-commercial version became free. That's what I meant about WebStorm. Postgres was making fun of us today. Yeah, it was. Because he likes Vim, complicates his life for no reason. But yeah, there is another guy who actually was using Vim now. I use GitHub Copilot with NeoVim, and then he stopped talking. Then, especially WebStorm, it takes Illusion, what's up? What's up, man? We stop having people watching on TikTok that much now. It's always like that. It starts very good and then drops. I don't know how many followers we have, but much. Anybody on TikTok, please like the live stream so it goes back to more people. True, so you can get them all for free if you are in university, by the way. That's correct. You are right. All right. We actually reached a good milestone on TikTok. It's really nice. I have some couple of ads to take care of, and yeah, I'm trying my best to actually just make TikTok commercial and Twitch not, and everything else not. Yeah, so we can enjoy our life with people on Twitch without having a lot of ads shoved to your face. Tower said, why not use an ORM? We are using ORM. We are using Prisma, by the way. But we had a problem with Postgres for a second and we fixed it. Previls asked a very good question. I mean, is there any project you would be interested in seeing me build on live stream? Probably anything AWS, because then it will be really nice to see how you work with that. Gigi said, welcome, by the way, you are first time chatter. The thing with JetBrains and other non-free editors is they tie you in. Once when you adopt a truly free product, you don't need it to change your habits. Interesting approach, actually, and not an idea, but for me, I feel like, yeah, if you use JetBrains like stuff, you will always use them, you will always keep using them. And why? Because even like their shortcuts is different, unless you are a VS Code user and then you moved and you just had to cumbersome change every keypad, keyword, or whatever. So, or shortcut. For me, I tend to like VS Code because I can make it like Vim, because I'm used to Vim a lot now. But nevertheless, also it's my keyboard that pushes me to use Vim now, because it's really made for Vim, kinda. Yeah. Who actually follows the JetBrains, not commercial use? Businesses? Correct. Do you use Zod also? Right here we are not using Zod, but we probably will install it right now, creating like some way for us to actually log in using password and email. We need to create actually also the Zod validation part. Yeah. Interesting that you came now, because we were fighting actually with PostgreSQL to work. But yeah, I'm really enjoying the conversation. I think my wife went. She used to also watch with us live stream, and now she saw me actually fighting on Postgres. She was like, hell nah, I would never watch this. I will go to sleep. My wife is actually an English teacher. She has nothing to do with coding, but she's interested in it, and she knows how to draw, and she did some 3D coursing and web design courses, and she's trying also to kind of like learn that. I would still rather pay for JetBrains, but it's not for Adobe. Yeah, but what is the thing here that regarding Adobe part? I'll pay JetBrains over. Okay, so you will pay for JetBrains over Adobe 100%. Me too, actually. I work at Adobe and I don't have any licenses from them. So me, even whenever I run tests on Adobe client, I need to buy it. And believe me, I once made a ticket. Can you give me like access to the product so I can test some stuff? No, they said no, just make free trial and work with this email test or something. I imagine some people made free trials and they are not aware that they need to cancel them, and then they had to pay automatically. So basically they were stealing us. Being working in Adobe myself, I can confirm. That's insane. Yeah, it is insane. Because they don't know. Imagine if we are like, how many are we? 20,000 or something? If all of us like use free licenses, that's the whole product. Like we will mislead the marketing team thinking that we have clients that much. But yeah, I agree with them. I think they should create probably internal licenses, something like that. And probably they do, but it needs a lot of setup. You know, once some guy told me that in order for you actually to create a user that is limitless, basically you need to actually go to the registry of the application and change some variables. What about marketing? Do they know how to do that? I don't think so. Can we also do maybe next time or anytime HTML and XML? I have it right now on my university. Do you mean GSX? Because actually GSX definition is HTML plus XML, by the way. So Tahar here said he's making a VPN service and moved away from AWS because of the costs of ramping up so quickly. What ramps up that? And can you explain more? Yeah, imagine paying for the software you make. That's what you do. Yeah. Kind of cool, right? XSS, XSS is actually a feed. thing that I learned about not so long ago, but I think I really... Can you elaborate on that? What exactly you need to learn? Okay, so GJ here said that he even worked at a product company. We get licenses but tied to our corp account, so they know where the extra licenses are going, or they can cancel the licenses when one of us leaves the company. Yeah, for me actually, I worked with a company that we use NextAuth for basically for authentication, and also we have permissions based on that, and there is like a permission called super admin, where if you get affected that, they know you per email, and they can revoke it at any time. So yeah, that worked for me. As awesome as it is, just go into auth 0, I think. Auth 0, I said NextAuth, it's auth 0. You go to auth 0 website, you find yourself as an admin, you add some products. For example, because we had batteries we sold batteries, so you go, you put yourself as super admin, you pick number of batteries that you want to see in your dashboard, and then you go back, and it is there in your dashboard automatically. Bandwidth costs on EC2 instances. Interesting. So that made you a lot of problems because you're running a VPN service. Interesting. But where was the VPN service available in? Maybe that's because you have the multiple countries or something like that. This is a TikTok TikTok comment. He said that he's he's using kind of like a VPN service that he moved away from, using AWS for it, and he thinks that AWS cost him a lot. And I asked him, why does it cost you a lot? He said bandwidth costs on EC2 instances. Yeah. EC2 instance. Isn't EC2 like the deployment section of it? I'm not sure. I'm not actually an AWS expert, or in any case, I'm tending to learn about AWS with this project, but I still didn't start with that part yet. Okay, maybe I can do something quickly now. I can set up that Zod part, because honestly it needs to be there, and also the form, React hook forms. Unless there is another part of this Next.js thing. Is there something Next.js related to forms that you know of, guys? Guys on Twitch, maybe you know better. So for my login here, or for my sign-in page, I actually need bandwidth is quite expensive in AWS. Oh, we use 10-stack form, Mantime form, React hook form. We use React hook form. So you know what? Let's use with this project 10-stack query and 10-stack form. Okay, let's use 10-stack form. Yeah. At least something new that I will learn today, right? Okay, let's go docs. And you guys need to help me out with this, because 10-stack form is the ultimate solution for handling. You know what I just did now, Pro Evils, just if you are listening. I went to the doc and I did this. So, and then in my head is like, none. No, go up, read. And that is something that I learned recently. I need to start from the top of the page. Okay. I will keep reading Tahir comments, but Tahir, you know what? There is a really good group on Twitch right now talking about these kind of topics. So if you want to go to our link tree on my profile, go to Twitch, open Twitch, and you will be there seeing the full screen like this here. And you have Pro Evils in the chat. He has a really good experience with AWS. He can explain it to you. But from where I actually see right now what you're talking about, you're talking that after 100 gigabytes, you pay 9 cents per extra gigabyte, which is making sense. Yeah, I remember that in the rules. If I have someone that installs Black Ops 6, it will cost me 27 euros. Right, because you are using a VPN. Okay, service. Nice. So basically, So for your VPN, usually people who use torrent will use it for like 100 gigs of corn movies, and then you will be you will be paying for extra shitload of money. But how much do you put your VPN servers for? Maintain use form? I actually never used this maintain use form. Oh, it has uncontrolled and controlled mode. That's nice. What is the difference between control and control mode? Controlled inputs versus uncontrolled inputs. Because I honestly always have that like following me up somewhere, but in my experience, user either is fine. Okay, I need to read what are the difference between control and uncontrolled forms. Control components is one that takes its current value through props and notifications. No, this is uncontrolled components, right? Oh, okay, then that makes sense. So uncontrolled means value and onChange are not linked up. All right. Okay, makes sense. So now Tahar said, if I have someone that installs Black Ops 6, it will cost him 27 euros. But then he said, right now I'm testing phase at around 5 euro per month per user. Okay, that's really cool. In migration to Hetzna and Volta, because they have 10 terabytes free bandwidth. So the free bandwidth monthly, right, is 10. Is it monthly 10 terabytes? Is it monthly or not? After that, it's 1 euro per terabyte. That's perfect, I think, right? Monthly 10 terabyte. Wow. Some guy on Twitch star said to you, VPN on EC2 is a terrible idea. Just have a node on like Hetzna, much better. What is a node in Hetzna? And Tahar said to you, yeah, I found out about that. And metered bandwidth hosts are better to use. And metered bandwidth hosts. Yeah, I mean, is there an unmetered bandwidth host that doesn't cost you like shitload of money? Yeah. Did you find Tahar any unmetered bandwidth hosts? Yeah, simply said, controlled components are the components where you use React to manipulate the form components, while uncontrolled ones are where your basic JS to control your components, no React is needed. Yeah, so if we do uncontrolled, probably then we use a resolver from Zod or something like that, so it does that part for us for controlling the components. So he's making Hetzna SDK at the moment. It's a NOM package, npm package, I think he means, and it's mode xvpn AC Cloud TS. I don't know that, but interesting. I'll search this topic, honestly. That's really cool. All right. So let's build with maybe 10 stack form. So powerful flexible approach used for management, designed with first-class TypeScript support, headless UI components, and framework agnostic design. Interesting. Most web frameworks do not offer a comprehensive solution for form handling. No, they do. React doesn't, but others do. Reactive data binding and state manager, complex validation, error handling, accessibility. Does it have its own validator? Thanks, man, for being here. Happy coding. So this is how you use it, basically. Create root here, something else. Use form. Type any field API. What is this? Oh, you put the validators here. Do you think this is a good idea to put the validator into the form field? And use the bounds and stuff like that. Wow. Okay. Interesting, right? Some guy said you need to understand when and why to use a cloud solution, because then you end up with people making a VPN on AC2. People now are roasting TikTok users. Yeah, I agree, but also it takes an experience for everything, honestly. Yeah. And you never know what he built with it, actually. Use the right tool for the job, correct. Yeah. Some guy. Yeah. All right. Clearly built it with AC2. Man, I have no idea about AC2 yet. You can do the validation inside .add field, like form.add field, email, and then validate email required. So in TenStack form, what I understand now that we don't need Zod at this point. Sorry, I'm yawning because I'm hella tired. You need a sidebar? I have a sidebar. Okay, I don't need Zod, then it has like a built-in validation. That's cool. All right. Okay, overview. But if can you see like this? Can you see, guys, on TikTok at least, and also there on Twitch? Can you see this, or is it like blurry or not visible? Or maybe I can do this for you to see. Okay, then if it's fine on Twitch, I will show this like that. Or make it even bigger, but then it will be a problem to see the to see the code, right? Unless when it's code, I will just interesting. Let me just try. This is a bit better. Okay. But then I need always to take this off from time to time like that, so you can see the terminal. Just let me know on Twitch if you need me to just take off the screen, right? Because at least I know that you need to follow also on the screen to see the changes, basically. Yeah, I need really a good, better setup than this. Tomorrow I will work on a better setup. I will have, you know what? I will have the terminal and the screen next to each other at all time, right? And then therefore you have it better. Anytime you edit on the terminal is when you need to switch. Yeah, or I was thinking that will make the terminal smaller, and then therefore you will be able to, yeah. Automatic scene switcher, that's cool. I will search that out. The right column is having 0 info needed in TenStack page. This one here. Yeah, but the thing is that if I move like the page a bit to the right on the screen, then you will always, if I go to another page, you will see it half. You will not see it complete, and then it will be a problem. Some guy is asking me, you know Python? A bit, not much. I have only worked with chassis and forms, but TenStack looks good. Yeah, why not? Yeah, whatever, man. Let's keep it like that, or I will make it just smaller a bit so you can still see the code. That's it, like that. Yeah, that's me. That's also not bad. Okay. So now overview, installation. I need bun parts. Then stack React hook form. React form. All right, that's it. Installation, philosophy, and overview, comparison, TypeScript, quick start. Stack form is unlike most form libraries you've used before. It's designed for large-scale production usage with a focus on type safety, performance, and composition, and a matched developer experience. Okay, then I will need an example now. Why they use Zod here? They use Zod here. Let me see overview. Here they don't use Zod. Right? It's interesting actually. You can still use Zod with it, which is fun. Algorithm, yeah. It's just an app that we're building on TikTok. Yeah. Basic concept, form validation, here you go. Okay, then I will look actually at this code a bit here. It uses that const form, so this is familiar to me basically, and I'm gonna use this on my login form. So what I'm gonna do, follow me just on the terminal just to see what I'm trying to do. Bun run dev. Here you go. I want to actually go to my login form, and I'm gonna actually just check what I have here. So I have the sign in button here, but I have an input here. Here you go, both inputs. I'm gonna actually do this, so that's because that I'll just make a one is a local import, so the other one should be import use form. Didn't we just install that? Where is it? So what it says to do is just to go here, let's make some space. This is form equal to use form, and what we're gonna put here is basically the initial values, 100% default values they call here, default values, right? And for us it's gonna be password and email basically, and that's for the email and password sign in. So it's gonna be email, passwords, and that's one. And then we move step by step from here, so we just don't make too many mistakes basically. Is this a trade and bot? Someone said. No, it's not. Cool. I will actually search for that automatic scene switcher tomorrow to make it happen. Right, between screens, if I touch an application it will show something, if I touch another application it will show something else. That would be really cool to test. Okay. I have an on submit function. The on submit function, they say that it could be just an anonymous function. Anonymous function. But here I can just go async, because I don't know if the login it needs to be async or not, but nevertheless we can try it. And there is this sign in function that we used in a variable here. It's from, yeah, I think sign in via email or via, yeah, there is this sign in via email dot email, right? And then you can pass email field and password field, and you can actually get data from here. I'm thinking like Zod here. I'm not sure that this is the right way to do it. Oh, data.value. So this is gonna be value. Interesting. You see how much you learn when you use some new stuff. So form is not there. Interesting, right? Very cool, actually. I like this. All right. Now we need the onSubmit function, which is something that I wanted to structure from the form. So it's actually very, very looking like React hook form. So you have a handle submit here. You probably have a form state, or did you have errors? Is there error? No, set error maps. Get all errors is a field, actually. Oh, nice. Let me try it later on, or maybe delete it because we don't need that. So now we should have a form here. In my form, I'm gonna just use interesting. Hopefully the button is not inside that form, otherwise it will be messed up thingy. It is. Oh yeah. All right, we need then the onSubmit on the right button, but all good. So now onSubmit. OnSubmit, it can be another function that we can create. You know what? It should take like a function basically that takes an event, await sign in. Yeah, here you mean. Oh yeah, you know what, this one now needs to use that form handle submit function, and for this it's gonna be example of e.prevent default, they say. And also they do e.propagation, stop propagation or something. I don't know what it does, but I can get some information about it. It's just base synthetic event something. Okay, let me click here what our friends actually shared with us. It's like a simple example for how it works. Yeah, that's actually what I'm looking at as well. Yeah, looks what I'm just looking at right now. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, stops the event bubbling up and prevent default, stop the form from navigation. Yeah, I know that prevent default part, but stop propagation, I actually, for the first time that I see it. Kenneth said salut my friend. React, yes, it's React. Default HTML forms navigate on submission. Yeah, that I know. So prevention of default is basically if you click something, it doesn't actually put also your variables on the URL and navigates. So you tend to actually switch it to JavaScript actions on the click of the submit function. Stop propagation though is new to me. So you said stop propagation stops the event bubbling up. What does bubbling up mean? Okay, probably there is like something about it. Stop propagation. All right. So here our friend is sharing with us what is stop propagation. Stop propagation is prevent any propagation of the same event. So we have a function 1 that does event, and then alert div1, and then event propagation stop. Stop propagation method prevents the propagation of the same event from being called. Means bubbling up to parent elements or capturing down to child info. So as if we are saying that the event will be getting called once, and it doesn't get recalled by the parent element or the child element. Man, that takes me back to vanilla JS days. I actually, first time that I see this stop propagation part. First time in my life I worked with JavaScript for long. I finished my coke. But yeah, I worked with it for long, and this is the first time that I use this to stop propagation. Yeah. So let me just go back to what you shared with me. Oops. So he says here, here's a simple, clear case of stop propagation. Click on the button, then does something, but you don't want the div click handler to run when the button is clicked. Okay, got it now. Yeah. So this is an outer div, and this is the button. And there is a script for the outer event listener.click alert div, and there is another inner one, and the inner one you don't want it to propagate to the div, right? So you don't want to see div clicked, basically. That's so cool. Super cool, actually. I never heard of this, and now I like it. This is really awesome. Like, then you can click on the whole object, wherever, on the button, and then the click doesn't count for the whole parent. It counts only for that button alone. Yeah, so I don't want the click event to hit the outer div. Yeah, interesting. This is really amazing. I mean, how can I not know this? Interesting. All right. So I did this part. Now it's the form validation part. Here they have like a type of any field API. And that is a type of a field info. And they use a field info. When is the validation performed? It's up to you. The field component accepts some callbacks as props, such as onChange, onBlur. Those callbacks are passed to the current value of the field as well as the field API object, so that you can perform the validation. If you find a validation error, simply return the error message as a string. It will be available in field.state.meta.errors. Wow. Okay. So now I will use this form field, and I will give it a validation on change. It can be on change, on blur, or whatever you want. So basically the mode is inside the validator as a state or as an attribute. And then you give it what you want. Probably they have like a value.email or something like Zod, right? But then based on the field, you will have a label and input, and you have another on change function here. Field handle change value as number, field state.value, field.name. Where is the form and all of this? How does it know which field from that form on top? Basically by the name. Wouldn't you want to validate on backend and send the error back to frontend? No, we are talking about form validation here. Yeah. In the example above, the validation is done on each keystroke on change. If instead we want the validation to be done when the field is blurred, we would change the code above. Yeah, so it will be on blur, right? So you can control the validation is done by implementing the desired callback. You can even perform different pieces of validation different times on change and on blur. So you have multiple display and errors. This is what I needed actually. So on the field itself, you can have like whatever, you can have this part, the input label, and then enter that input label, and you still basically inside the form field you do this part, the field.state.meta.errors. Cool. By the way, I want to see how you can see this. You are actually seeing it nicely, or okay, not bad. Cool. Okay, so validation level versus form level, and then it talks about Zod, probably you said. Let me go button, like, let me just scroll fast. Yeah, here you go. So this is the part where the standard schema library 10-stack form natively support all libraries following the standard schema specification, most notably Zod, Valibot, archetype, effect schema. This is what I was talking about when I talked about how every day there is something new. I know only Zod from this. What is this? And Yap was famous. Now he's not even in the list, right? You can choose to use it on the use form input. Yeah, that seems to be cool. Here, validator, right? Oh, but let me think about it. So basically you're saying that if I go here and enter the on submit, or even before I do validators, I can find that, and here I can put the on change part, right? And what they do here, they put like a user schema here, but I want to actually see another on change validator. On change, so basically we do async. For some reason they did async, and then the async part here accepts a value. And how do you know which value, if it's email or... yeah, that's interesting. Let me see what they have here. It's fully type safe. It is, but the validators now is a bit scary for me because I don't know which value is this. Oh, I get it. So you can work on value dot something. So you can say if value dot email dot, is email or regex here? Interesting, right? I'm trying right now to look on the onBlur sync part, but as I just saw right now, that value is having a type of email and password. But the thing is that I'm thinking about the next step now, which is like, what is the value going to be? How is it going to be assessed, and how it's going to actually show the error, and where it's going to show it, and how can I actually later on show it after the input? That's probably gonna be the field.state.meta errors or whatever they showed. But for me right now, I have two values. How can I actually return an error for both values separately, right? Yeah. Okay, then let me check this part first, like validators. Let me check all of them. How can I actually validate all of them in the use form? They seem actually to say about validators to be better inside the form.field. Interesting. Okay, now I get it. So they say here that you can return an object, and then that object will get fields, right? That fields will take now a name, right, or email, and that email you will check its value. So if value.email basically is not an email, right, you can do something. But also if password, let's work on password here. If password value dot password, let's say, is less than 8, dot length is less than 8, then I will return something. Then the message will be like too small password, or passwords should be not less than 8 characters. And then here you will just return nothing basically, or null, should be null, or undefined they say. Undefined better, so we don't create an empty error. Seems like that's what they are telling. Alright, seems clean actually. Yeah, Pro Evils, I will actually try to implement that habit into my kind of my workflow, because honestly, yes, I sometimes not check types at all. Yeah, but yeah, maybe because I used to use VS Code before as you, and it shows me the type directly if there is a problem with the type. But now I get, even with creating the validators there, I get now how can I get the errors, because the errors will be coming now from field.state.meta.errors, and now I know that fields how it is, right? Okay, our friend here shared another video. I like how he is too much invested. So what he shared right now is just a video about how the types is there for him. So basically he just hovers over it and then it shows him something directly, right? What is about this app here? Are you trying to say to do the same thing, right? You are trying to do the same thing actually. So this is a libauth, and this is a use server kind of part where he's working on doing the sign up via email like that. But auth.api.sign up email. Is this better auth, or is it? No, it's not better auth, right? This is like another app. Right, cool. People on TikTok are really having fun with me here. Yeah, Green Apple, thanks a lot for that. He's good for solving Ango problems, like anyone solve is linked. Your opinion about lovable AI tool? I think it's a really good idea to use it, to understand how it works, but I'm not a really big fan of it. I tried to do some stuff with it and it actually flopped a lot. TSX, this is TSX, my friend Prosper. Do you post everything on your GitHub? Yeah, everything that we do here is on GitHub, so don't worry about that. Go to my profile and check the social part, like the link tree, and then go to GitHub and you will find my latest commits. Derek, thanks for actually your input here. He said register the input using register prop from the use form. Use the validator field on the input instead. We are not using actually React hook form, but he's really good with this, because yeah, probably the field input will be better. Yeah, on the field input to put this, then it's better. Avoid use server stuff for now. It's a new concept, not worth looking at the moment. Yeah, the use server on top is basically says that this is server component, but I think this is also an API. Yeah, an API function, isn't it? Cool. So now I learned this. What I just showed you now is I learned it actually from here. So I learned that if I'm going to here you go, let me just show it like fields, I think, or fields. Oh, now it's bugging. I found it somewhere here though, but I'm not sure where I found it. I actually kept looking at validators, and somehow I found out that there is like a validator that looks at different variables, and then there is an unchange of every value. Here you go, this is the one. This is the one here. So it says validator on change, and then this is the return, kinda, right? How are you recording the screen like that? I am actually using OBS for that. Bro, do you know any other language? No, I don't. What make TSX better than JSX? I know Python a bit, but not invested in any other language than JavaScript. Server components have been out since early 2023 and are now the default when you make a Next app. I feel like they are really worth looking at. They are. Actually, I learned a lot about pre-rendered component, server-side component, and React server component, because they are all totally different things, and it happens to be that they actually load differently, and one of them, like server-side component, will still load not the application, not the full application actually, or the full component as server-side. It will actually render the HTML bundled with JS at the end. That's correct, for better SEO and stuff. But for the React server component, it might actually run parts of the components as server-side and parts of them are client-side, and it's kind of crazy, right? It becomes like a mashup of both. So you're fully front-end dev? Yeah, I'm fully front-end dev, and I'm learning full stack right now. Yeah. So I feel like they are really worth looking at. True, I know, but this is the first time in NextJS ever. Yeah, that's my first time. Yeah, NES. Well, in this case, page router is more beginner friendly, I guess. Not really. I think we need to just stick to whatever like the mainstream for now, like whatever people uses, but nothing really gonna use page router moving forward, so better to lean up, yeah, to go for whatever people are using right now. Yeah, cool. So here we go. That being said, now let me create some form fields, right? I'll actually pick an example. I don't want to actually do a lot of mistakes, so I'll pick an example as is and go here to try to kind of mock what I have and actually look at it in more detail. So I'll go for my first input here, which is the email. I have it here with its label. So I think that what I will do, I will come here and just paste this, and cannot find name form, it says. Let me check. Oh, so I need to destructure that from here. Let me also take the screen, it's super huge, so let me actually show you what you need to see. I think field can come from here, that's nice, and then we can go and get rid of form. Yeah, or we can do it like this. So basically you can do it that and then form dot, and then I'll just do it like nothing. Okay, and then it broke the whole thing. All right, let's go do it manually, because honestly Vim sometimes is bad. Okay, so it's inside word, that will be deleted, and also here, that's it, just two of them. And now we have some stuff to do. The label seems to be also inside, so I don't really need this label now. I'll probably copy it here, right? I will save this and I will make interesting. Even the HTML4 needs to be for field.email. Here actually it's common as field.name. Why? Because here it should be email. Let's start from the top, and I probably don't need a validator for now, but let's do something like small, something like this. Let's even work on actually the input length, because I know that probably I need regex for this, honestly. Like I would say I would actually say value dot email, or wait a second, this is value only. Yeah, value dot length shorter than, let's say, 3 characters, right? Must be 3 characters and more. By the way, this is just for testing purposes only, to see basically that I have there like something. All right. And by the way, he's doing here a promise just to resolve the onChange. Oh, he's doing it onChange async. Look at this, man. So there's onChange async that might wait for something from the back end. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, All right, now it says that email doesn't exist on field. Why is that? Property email does not exist on type field API. Field API validation on email. Maybe because I don't have that here. Fields. Fields validator on change doesn't exist. Okay, so email. And now if I just put it like that just to see that that error went away. No? Okay. Okay, let me just, maybe that's not the problem. All right, let me just take a look at the field. So the field saying that, hey, it's a parameter of field API where it accepts an email and password. And I called it email, right? So just to be clear, yeah, default values are email and password. All right, let me go back to that later on, just for the sake of it, so not have a lot of problems. Just let's name this email. Same error. And the field handle change event value as a number doesn't need to be e.target.value. And this is an alert. That is just an EM. Okay, that seems to be fine. Now I need to find out why this is not working. If I just put that, does it work? No. Okay, so property email does not exist on type field API. Let me check how is that done. Interesting. Use form validators on change user schema. Are you planning on using Zod? No, I'm not planning on using Zod actually. I was thinking that not to use Zod and actually use the validator from 10stack here. That's why I'm actually fighting with this. Oh, 65 people watching in TikTok. Your brain will crave for more AI, or eventually you will not even think, but only AI. People here are debating about AI in the comments. And thanks all for the followers. We are trying to push for 17k today. Please, can you make it happen? We are 17k already. So let's go for 17.1k. That would be amazing. And I'm really trying to push forward with this TikTok as much as I can to reach out to maybe 50k by the end of the year, or even 100k users. That would be amazing. We are booming on TikTok. For people on Twitch, we are really booming much. So we are really going well. Okay, he said to me, don't scroll. I will don't scroll. Okay, field. Oh, okay, so the name form field. Okay, a field represents a single form input element such as a text input or a checkbox. Fields are created using the form.field. All right, component provided by the form instance. Yeah, that's what I actually got from the structured, basically from the form, with the handle submit as well, the structure from there. The component accepts a name prop. Aha. Here you go. That's the name. And it says that probably that's the name. This is here go the name. There you go. Email. And then children is that what I passed here. Yeah, it's interesting actually how it's working. So what tech stack? We are doing NextJS here. Yeah, used in React app. Yeah, so it's not field.email, field.state then. Yeah, do you think that here it says field? A field is actually gonna be Yeah, but I need here, like, for the input, the field dot name. And still not working. 1 second. Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be field dot name. Because the field dot name is equal email, I think. Yeah. The field is already is email, so it's not field dot email. Field is equal to field dot email. Ah, okay. So dot type email, you mean? Oh yeah, here. Here it should be field dot type, correct? Actually, field dot type should be working, but maybe we need to just specify it as email and just we move on. But I'm not sure actually what this will return. Let me just see. So field has, probably I was thinking that it has a name because of this field here. So whatever passed here is gonna be field dot name from here, right? As a prop, because it accepts a prop of name, right? Yeah, type equal email. Oops, sorry. Yeah, but this is this correct what I just did now, because I'm not sure at this point. It says the name and it's this still shows like a weird property type. Yeah, it should be fine, but why it uses like children that and then field dot state field whatever. Interesting. Yeah, Java is pain, but this is JavaScript. It's more pain, believe me. It's forever pain. You will die and still have like this follow you on the other life. Yeah, so I get at that point. So basically it's kind of like this 10 stack, as you said, if it's fully type safe, it means that anything that it needs to get inside that attributes of the input, it need to comes from field dot something. So type, that's fine to be emailed directly, but I think, yeah, I think what we did right now is correct. Hopefully that field dot name will be email. If that's work, then all good. Yeah, wherever. So this needs to go. Should we do a placeholder? Probably. And we shouldn't do a required or something like that, right? Placeholder. Let's make let me think actually. Does it this accept placeholder? No. No. Okay, placeholder here. I will just do hello at something.com, and I'll check the form just for the sake of it, right? I'll check the form and see what it does show right now. I'll show you the form just in a second. Here you go. And right now it shouldn't work, because probably it should work actually. I actually did like put an on change function here, but the validator I put it on top for password only. I don't have for email actually, but I do the validator on the email input, right? Validators on change async. Actually, it doesn't need to be async, by the way. Value.length. What is value in this case? Is a string. So if I just put 1, I need probably to specify a mode for this to work, like a mode of on blur or something, but I put on change, so it should also show that. So it says, hey, if there is that, fields dot state, it says, interesting, dot meta dot errors dot join. Okay, let me see actually what is in the docs yet. So the on change part, it just does field handle change a dot target dot value, and I need like the error part. Yeah, I'm not actually sure about me also writing like a validator here and on top. That's also what I'm actually not sure of. What language you plan to work with? For me, I'm actually working on front end here, doing NextJS, and also backend, because NextJS is a full stack kind of framework. So I'm trying to do React and Express kind of. Yeah. I recommend picking one. I recommend sticking with the top and using Zod instead. Okay, we can do that, but then I will actually explore this alone whenever I have time. So we can just delete this validator here. Let me then go back to that where we talked about Zod. I remember it here. Zod, my friend. Yeah, so for Zod, I will copy schema very fast so we don't lose time. So we need first of all to install Zod. Bun add Zod. Yeah, npm run bun run dev. So yeah, we can do this here, like the user schema will be just as simple as this. So user schema z.email. I would call it sign in schema, sign in, right? Sign in schema. Oh, wait a second, it's not reading Zod here. I think this should be string, right? And then it can be .email. And then here message. Or actually error. I forgot this part, but okay. I think inside email we can just do like a message. This user, this should be valid email. And yeah, we have password z.string .min. I think we can set up 3 and then give a message. I think I honestly forget about this part, but it still become like this, right? Message, no, not like that, but min password length is 3, just like that. Or I'll make it actually, I'll show you a trick. If you go Control A, you can do that. Control A here. Seems cool, right? Yeah, you shared with me exactly what I'm looking at right now, so thanks a lot. Just use ChatGPT, man. Come on, your email field value is wrong. Good luck. I will do it. I will check it. Thanks for letting me know, but I don't think it's wrong. It's just that I need to check and change to Zod right now. By the way, like the viewership is going up again on TikTok. I don't know what happened. Probably another people from another time zone connected. But all good. Thanks a lot for following, and thanks for liking the stream. I have a lot of videos that you can check on my feed. There you can check it all and make sure that you learn from it. And yeah, whatever actually I learn here, I just share it with everybody. So also all the live streams are on Twitch, so you can go here. Let me share my screen and check also my link tree, and there is Twitch, so you can see the full screen on Twitch. So if you want to follow me there, subscribe or support, please feel free. We are building applications every day, and my GitHub contains everything. So if you want to check my NeoVim setup, this is my NeoVim setup actually. It contains everything you need to know. All my repos are here. Everything is public. We finished already an application called AI Oracle not so long ago. Very awesome one. I really like it. And now we are working on this profile app. Yeah, that's it. Cool. Let's continue with this 10-stack example. So now validators will be on change. It will take that what we put actually in the Z object. So validators here, the on change will just take everything to be deleted. Actually, you know what? I can delete until here, and I can just say, hey, this is my sign-in schema, and that's it, right? This is cleaner, and now it seems better. For this schema, for sure, I will take it to another folder later on. Even the type for all of this, I think I can infer it, but for now, wait a second, does sign-in have sign-in with email or something like that, or email? I think email, right? Yeah, it has email method. Okay, all that being said, let's go here to the field part. I don't need validation anymore in the field, so I'll actually take this validator part, and I will actually also take this part just to follow what we have on the docs, just to not confuse myself. Children, that, paste that, and now this is better for me. Do not pass children as a prop. What do you mean by that? Do not pass children a process, instead nest children between the opening and closing tag. Should we return something? Okay. It says like this for some reason. Maybe I'm actually writing things wrong, but let me check. Actually not seeing anything wrong here, but the name looks good, the field looks good, and the children look good as well. So everything looks clean actually. Return here returns actually the label and the input, but seems like we don't have a correct written function there, so I'll just return it as it was, where it just accepts everything. Oh, I get the point now. What was the issue? Yeah, so let me actually return this to be that, and then I don't need this to be like that, so this is gonna be just but still actually having a problem with me. Interesting, my friend. Interesting. Oh, I get it now. I think it's just that it doesn't like that the field is a closing tag on itself. So field now I'm using it as a closing tag with children prop. and this is my function. Let me actually check my registry because I copied that and now it's lost. Yeah, it's portion expression error. So this is closing that. Need to close again. And same problem. All right, let's just return it to how it was and not mess with it anymore. Yeah, seems like this is better for some reason. I think you can ignore that. Might be raw glint error. I think it's regular React code. It's just asking you to put the children inside 2 field tags rather than using children. Yeah. I think it's just what I saw in the docs is totally different. So that's what I saw in the doc. That's why I tried to actually put the children like this, right? And honestly, yeah, it's weird that it didn't work out, but maybe it could be like something else there that they are trying to do. Hey, 5 visual. Actually, if you just came here 2 minutes ago, I was sharing with the chat my new Vim setup. Here you go. You will see the social if you just do exclamation social like that. Or socials, sorry. So yeah. And then you will go to my link tree, exactly that link, right? Go to GitHub. Go to search bar or repositories, all of them, and then go to NeoVim. It's my NeoVim setup. It contains even tmux and profiles, PowerShell. It contains PowerShell, tmux, config fish, brew config as well. The fish config here, you can do whatever, but for me, I tend to use this ISA and Zeoxide. By the way, this is for Windows, and this is for the Mac config, and this is for Windows WSL config. So you can choose this or that. Yeah, I remember now looking at this. I remember how many days I kept testing this on my posh thingies, making this path work. The nvim-dir part, the brew part, then the path for the locale stuff, and then I go to ISA and I set up these. The colors, everything took me like so long, especially with me, like I have this problem reading docs. Like I don't like reading docs, I just like to write something and it works. And then Zeoxide here, and yeah, same thing here again, but it changes like syntax a bit. Cool. And be careful also if you use WSL, make sure that you have the 2.0 one, right? So not the first one, because then the GUI apps won't work for you, like Cypress or whatever Chrome. Did you get this markup from the docs? What markup's this one? Which markup part? Like for the fish? Yeah, I read a bit about how fish is configured, and then I started just typing wherever. So I do brew prefix, for example. I take the prefix, like I do brew prefix of something, like for example for all my posh, and I test, does it work with home alone, does it not work? Sometimes here does not, so I put like if there is a test for that homebrew Linux part, then you evaluate it with the shell env, and then you start using source. But I found out that for fish you can use then bash. Bash is like a packager for fish terminal, and it works perfectly. And then I started using it more, right? But then I went back to curling here because kinda bash didn't work out for me. So I was actually asking, if there is no bash, please install Fisher instead and continue with the source, and then install edc bash. It's like an if else switch case for the terminal basically. And that's it. It worked, and it's dummy config, but it's really good. Kind of like does what it needs to be doing. So yeah. And then the PowerShell one, I just copied it from their docs. Ah, the 10 stack form. Yeah, I got that markup from the docs, by the way. Yeah, I got it from somewhere here. I think on top. Here you go. That's the where I get it from. Yeah, your gut feeling. Your gut feeling is correct, because that's what happens to us most of the time. We tend to try something and never works. Yeah, but let's go back to the form. Sure. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. But yeah, I need to also answer the people on Twitch and answer everybody else. But I know that you guys need to see also the form working at the end. Bro, not visible. All right. Just vibe code, learning stack is no longer required. Gosh, TikTok toxicity is real, man. Okay, let's go back to the forum. And thanks for all the followers, honestly. We are nearly 17.1k now. We are doing a really great marathon. Yeah. All right. Now we go back here. Value, blah 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 blah. Then we need to do something. We need kind of like to do the same for the password, basically. So take this out. Do for the password. Where is password? I'm blind. Yeah, here you go. The label. And what the hell is this? Where is the input for that? Oh, look at the input where it is. Probably this A. I'll leave it as is. Okay, you know what? Let me take these children. What is this div? What is happening? Let me check. So this div encapsulates everything. Do I do the same here? I leave that there. Okay. Fun fact, we need to do that here, and then we take the whole div with the input. And that will be our children. And then this is kind of like how it looks now with the password. Alright, so let me delete this one. What happened here? There's the input there. So type is password for the type here. That's fine. Placeholder, we don't need it. We leave it as is. The required, we can take it off. I don't think that the required is needed, right? Because now we have a validation part. And we don't submit if the validation doesn't work, I suppose, though. I don't know. Let me take off this. 1 second. For some reason I need this div here, and I need to close it out after here. And now we fell down in the big problem of that. But let me see, this A also needs to go there, and it needs to be before the input, and this input needs to be deleted. Okay, so we have inside the fields we have a label for password. And by the way, I think that's wrong, because the HTML4 needs to be for field.name. And then okay, I made a mistake. Here you go, it's there already. And this I will leave for now, just for fun, so I don't make a problem. Let me check now the form and how it looks. Any questions though, you guys on Twitch? Yeah, double labels, double inputs, and I fixed that. Wait till the finds out about CSS. Are you freelancer? Yeah, I can do some freelance. Wow, good questions. Everybody's trying to kind of like ask really nice questions on TikTok. That's nice. Is this native DS or kind of framework? NextJS. It is NextJS. Yeah, you are right about that. Okay, cool. So now I'll try it. I don't know. I feel like this will break. So I feel like it's not working at all actually. What is happening? Yeah, the submit button is let me check now. I am actually confused. The thing is about what we just copied is that the form takes the fields. We have the object there. We have validator on change, but it's not working. Maybe field.name is not working. Maybe I just need to do it like this. 1 second, I will try this. Field dot, or not field, I'll just do email. See if that fixed the issue. And by the way, the CSS is messed up. Yeah, it fixed the issue, you see? But still object of whatever, so that's wrong. Right, I have also a problem with CSS. I forgot what it was before. When I took that div. Interesting. Sorry, I made a mistake. FF login form. We used to actually use the input from chatcn, so that's probably the problem. That's like first problem. That's like understandable. And then there is this part where I made this div here. I'm thinking actually I will keep it outside of the whole thing. Interesting. Okay. This still not working correctly actually. This messed up, but now the object of the object, so we need to know exactly what is happening there. So probably, yeah, so here the error part is wrong. Field say.meta.errors, and it returns like can I do email? Probably. Maybe that will fix it, but it says no, it doesn't. Okay. So now we are on the problem where if we put an email, it works, but then this one needs to be shown actually correct email, correct alert, right? Interesting actually. What a mess. What a mess fixing all of this. Yeah. I'll read your comments. What of CSS? Can you do console fields between input and label? That would be nice actually to track. Yeah, that could be a good one. How often do you use Claude to solve simple alerts? What do you mean by that? A lot of people asking a lot of, yeah, field state.value. Are you sure it's field.state.value? That's what TenStack told us basically. But honestly, at this point, I'm not sure anymore. It can be actually field info, and then let me check error validation, form validations. Yeah, it says field.state.meta.errors.join for some reason. Or maybe I will check Zod. Yeah, so with Zod, you return wherever. And then I'm checking if there is a possibility to check errors. Okay. Yeah, I actually don't like what happened to my here, like what is happening is not okay, so I'll take the fields outside, maybe just to make it more pretty, because now these are on grid gap. But I need also to stay inside the field, so yeah, crazy man, how this is, isn't it? How this is becoming. It's just, let me check my login form and how it was before. So it was before that the inputs are exactly under the grid here, and there is an encapsulating div. So then I changed that with that, and that seems to be normal. That's fine. But now here we have a flex of a div, a flex of items of center, and the label and the A, and that is all inside that div of center. Okay. Interesting. So now I changed everything to have an input, and I created everything from scratch again, but it seems like the validation is working, but the CSS is broken. That's what I'm trying to solve. Yeah. Every software developer, what does it mean when you see object? Probably the stringify part, that it's not actually parsed correctly. Yeah, but that's not my problem now. My problem is like the CSS is a bit wrong, so I want to actually fix it very quickly and then move to that part. Okay, so I want to actually fix that div part with the classes. So here I actually have that field correctly, but when I took this one, yeah, probably I'll use this class directly here on a div. Get rid of this one, and I will do the same for the other one. That will be probably better, because now this class is not working at all. Or I'll just delete this and make that there, and change this one to be a div. That probably will fix the issue. Not really. It just broke it again. 1 second, I check. Oh, okay, I know now why. This is not working, the div. Let me see what's happening. I'll just copy this again. That's fixed, and now let's check. This is the div that encapsulates that. I'll just take it inside basically, or and then delete this one and delete this one and see what happens. Okay, now it works for some reason. Yeah, I just needed to return to normal, but the thing is that now, at least for this one, it's good. For the email it's good, but for password is not going great, so I wanna just fix that call. The flex container on top, where is it? So basically let me check. So this is the email part. This is a grid of gap of 6. This is a grid of gap 3. And now it was input in field, and now it has 3 of them. Ayato said that he's learning React too. That's nice. So let me read what you said. What does this mean when you say object? Just few classes, right? You have a flex container, which is raw by default. Yes, you want it to be flex call to stack the label input validation. Yeah. But yeah, this is probably what you mean here. Yeah. Yeah. Thing is that item center probably also justify start. And it's not working. Yeah, this is the one that it's not working for some reason. Item center, maybe that's not. Yep. And for the password, text sm hover underline ml auto, maybe that's margin left auto, that's breaking it. Yeah, so now it's better. Let's leave it like that, right? So now, why I feel like something is still wrong with this, and why forget your password is above password. Maybe this forget password needs to be under the field here. Like that, better, right? And then there is no there is no gap, but that will make a small gap here. Gap 3. Yeah, better, but gap of 1. That's better. Okay, whatever, man. Like, let's now pass to something better. And now we see why it returns object of object. Yeah. So mirror blah 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 join. Can I do to string for that all? And also I will see what it returns here. Still, let me just console log that. So if there is errors, I'm joining them and then stringifying them, but can I parse this? I don't know how to do that. Well, I think I can just search this part and see what it does. Okay. I have field, by the way. Yeah, so field.state. Oh, probably let me look on top. Is there anything about field? There's field.value maybe, or something like that. Dot errors. Maybe I was actually thinking about JSON stringifying all of this. Let me try that. Let me see what is happening, because honestly I want to see what is the value of object. Yeah, so this is the password, right, or the email. Okay, surround by function. I'll just do JSON.stringify. And I wrote stringify wrong. And I want to see what is in there. It actually returned object still in quotes. Yeah, wrong then. Yeah, above this you mean. Let me just do that. Let's check what is in the field then. Yeah. We console login now, seeing what is in there. And for some reason, maybe because this is server component, not really. Okay, now it's console login field. Oof. Like if I show you what is in this, you will laugh. Alright, so we have field dot state. Where is the state? Oh my gosh, like this is very much methods. So it doesn't have a state probably. IDE is NeoVim, by the way. Why overcomplete so bad? Just do a functional instead. Tommy, what do you mean by that? Maybe you can explain yourself, then I get what you mean. Okay, so this is a state, this is a meta. This is errors, validation. Alright, so this is it. Errors of 0 of message. So I need to I need to map these errors, and I see if an error is, yeah, I will do this instead. So instead of fields, I will do field.state dot meta dot errors. That will be better for me. So now I'll just refresh this, and if I do A, it will just show me here, right? So it's object of 0 though. If I just do there as well, it will become 2. No, it will become email, and oh, it actually should be also here. It should become 2 actually, one for the email and one for the password. Okay, but the password is not showing right now. Okay, no problem. Because we don't have a return for that. So what I'm gonna do actually, oh man, dot join is actually a good idea, but let me try that. So see what it actually does that return, because that probably is the issue here. That's the problem. Yeah, so the join part is wrong. So I'll actually do a map and see what is this one. The path is email, right? So I will do this element or error, and this is gonna be, we're gonna check if the path I don't think that map will be better here in this case. We need to return something for that error. Yeah, it's fine to actually use 0 here, because each one will have its own. So this should be mail. Yeah, it's basically each input will have always one object there, but I don't like it like this. It's kind of too long. Can I do something else about this? I don't know. I can say something like I can actually go and instead of doing all of that, I'll just be inside that again, paste it, and see if it works. Yeah, so now it's there basically for validation, but maybe we need to change the class here. Text red 500, and then the text would be red, right? And that's it. I mean, yeah, I can map that error to the error.method.join, but I don't like that. Yeah, it's just an extra step. I can just find it and bring it, right? What the chat is saying here is just, hey, why not actually to do it like .map? And that's what I was actually thinking about. So basically you think about error.message .join. Yeah, that's what you said. And that's it. That's what they were saying. But I think, yeah, sorry, the .join is outside. And this join can be empty. I actually think I did a mistake here. I will just do that. And this could possibly be undefined. And there is actually here a problem. Yeah, so that's what they're saying. That also can work 100%. But honestly, I don't like that. Yeah, could all come back for a single field, so we map over the array to support any error. Some guy said, bro, don't learn it if you have AI, it's easy. Is this clerk? What do you mean by clerk? No, this is basically better auth, and we have ShadCN UI on top of it. Like, cool, nice. So let's test out the other password parts. I don't like how this is set up, honestly. Isn't it like too much? Like field.state.meta, and you have to map over errors. Yeah. The class name here would be yeah, text red 500 as always. No, it's still, it's ShadCN, because I changed the inputs into ShadCN inputs, and I changed, I think, on top here I got a button, input label, and CN libutils, but I have also here CN used with the flex class name part. I think you weren't here when we started on the beginning of the stream, but overall that's fine. You don't need to be. All right. You don't actually know everything about the application, that we sometimes test stuff and forget to mention, but yeah. By the way, is my voice... Oh, you were here and you didn't saw this part? Then when did I actually did this part? Okay. Nice. What do you do, by the way, guys, whenever you are watching the stream? I'm here before you write on Discord. Nice. Bro, just install Cursor and become vibe coder. I'm learning SQL and stuff. Believe me, now we have like 100 people on TikTok, bro, so they're telling me to just install the vibe coding setup and just become a vibe coder, which is correct also. I probably need to be a vibe coder soon. And thanks for all people watching and supporting. It's really amazing. And yeah, I shouldn't use AI for certain stuff like this. Honestly, I'm destroyed now. It's already nearly 4 a.m. in my place. So no, it's 3:24. So let me do this. Add instance stack form with Zod. If I worked with React form, I would have finished all the forms here. Yeah, use AI when you are stuck or build an UI tool. That's correct, man. His name is Pupushu or something like that. Where are you from, man? And welcome, you're a first-time chatter. I am making a website for a profile, kind of like you upload your files and you put them there and you share them with your friends. But yeah, we are using NextJS and ChatCN library. We are using better auth for authentication. Hopefully we will use S3 for UI. Right now we integrated like this inputs with stack form, and we used Zod for validation. If you come up with an idea of a project you would like to see me attempt, just let me know and I'll go live. You can bust my balls instead. That sounds kind of crazy, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, believe me, man, I kind of like that there's a lot of people that give good opinions and they are opinionated. Can I say opinionated? That's the word for it. Yeah, they have like certain kind of reaction whenever I do something wrong. Like for example, if I go to ChatCN and then copy a login form, and then they know that there is a sidebar with that login form or whatever that I can write one command and comes in handy and it comes per default, they will throw a million word in the chat saying, hey, don't do it like that. There is a sidebar ready for you. Just create the whole thing for you. Don't just do it and go there, go that. And they know, right? So that's amazing for me because it will cut corners, right? Yeah. Import website from website. Some guy told me that it's like import website from website.load and hop website created and hop. These are the kind of comments that I have on TikTok, by the way. Martina is asking for me what I'm building. As I said, it's just a file application that you upload something and then you share it with your friends. You should be building almost everything with AI if you are working on React frontend. Dying art. Yeah, I agree with you, because right now like Bolt or Banana, there is like something called Banana AI that creates the design and actually create then the app for you so you can use it. But honestly, that's fun, but you will not learn anything. Everything here that you see me doing and struggling with, it will be done like this. You will be just seeing code and changing basically name of the fields, and that's it. And honestly, I don't like that. Which company, if you can share with us? I work for Adobe and we don't have a really good AI in the company. It's just good for design. I think the Photoshop team did a really great AI. Also the Adobe Premiere did a really good AI. The team that I'm on are like the Acrobat Reader team. So the AI for us is just load bunch of PDFs and let the AI do something for you. It's not really that much of a big idea because the others are actually building designs and stuff like that, and for us it's just, hey, read this PDF. Yeah, I mean, a vibe coder will load the use effect that builds refs, finishes some like cleanup functions, do some timers, and he'll be like, oh, it works, the tab work now, I can switch between tabs and scroll by default, and the work of art under that. Like for example, I worked on an application, let me share with you my screen again. I worked on something, by the way, these are my socials, you can go to TikTok. Let me show you my TikTok. Can I mute this? It's gonna break. Yeah. So on TikTok we have 17.1k followers. That's the cool part. I talk about a lot of concepts kinda. And yeah, and the motivation, as you said, here to learn, and I'm trying to build like SaaSes via BNO stream, kinda. And I'll show you my GitHub. Like this is what we did basically all over 3 months now. 3 months of coding non-stop every day. We take like a day a week or something like that. And look at this. I started I started I think 28th of December. No, I started here 24th of December. And then boom, like 27th was my first commit on that noise application, and then boom boom boom, and then I took a break, then again boom boom boom, and then there is this month, February and March. Man, you see these empty ones? This is me working on the develop branches, and me pushing back to main is the next day. So some of these were actually days where I streamed, but they are not actually recorded via Git, because sometimes we don't push anything, we just talk, right? So this is crazy. Look, like now we did 1 2 3 4 5 6 days, just every day. And actually we have created an AI application called AI Oracle. And this AI Oracle application is also on my GitHub. You can go and find all the application there. Please fork them if you want, and if you have any questions, let me know. Yesterday I did something cool with this. Basically, AI Oracle is a playful AI wrapper that when asked any question intentionally provides incorrect answers. So it intentionally lied to you, basically, or mislead you. I did actually something cool with some CodeRabbit AI tool. I tend actually to ask like, hey, can I actually do this or that? This is the one. So I went to the AI and said, hey, generate a complete pull request that demonstrates a senior dev full capabilities. Sorry that I'm yawning, I'm just destroyed and very sleepy, but yeah, here you go. It found like some return issues, environment variable problems, context. Do you remember Pro Evils when I created that context and you were like, what are you doing? It just told me the same. It told me like, separate the provider, it's on our file, and better organize it. Maybe you don't need an error, something like that. I used to throw an error or something like that inside that context. And yeah, some stuff like that, right? So it's kind of like giving me good stuff here. I used it and I really liked it. It's not bad, especially that it's free. And it tends to give you environment configurational stuff, and that was amazing. Yeah, this is my profile. And you can go there and you can let me know if you like anything, or you want to fork anything, or you want to fix anything. I would be really happy. Yeah, people on TikTok as well, you can do that. And people on TikTok, you are too much, and you're asking too many questions. But 1 second, let me read. That's Next.js. Yeah, do you write most of your code from scratch? Yes, I do. So you're using AI to comment your PRs? Sometimes, yeah. I use AI to just document my PRs. Yeah. Is that also an imposter syndrome part? I don't think so. It's just doing some simple stuff. Cool. Yeah, I think here Pancho Popashu actually is another Twitch. How can I say your name, man? He said that probably use AI if you need to. But yeah, the problem with using AI, you will be debugging too much. You will be debugging hella too much. So I wanted actually to talk about something that I forgot. Let me just go back to that. Today we did a really good session with this. We talked a lot about front end and back end. Honestly, guys, I'm trying to make quality content so people here get really good content. So yeah, if you want to thank me for the effort, you know what to do. All right. So I created like a model. There's tabs here. So let's say you clicked on first tab, you scroll to the first section of the model. And imagine this section is the model is having like a lot of sections with an overflow, basically a scrollable part, right? Overflow of Y. And it's auto, basically. You can scroll and you can scroll and you can click. So if you click 2, it will go to 2. Basically scroll with basically what do you call, like transition, very cool transition, like slow transition, like whoop, that goes down. So for me to do this with React, I created like a set or tabs, like tabs array, the name of the array and what it links to. Let's say name of the first one, name of the tab, let's call this tab 1 T1, and it reference an ID of this, an ID of 2, basically, right? So in order for me to do this, I created a use effect that has a container ref basically of all of this. And whenever you click here, I get the tab 2 and I read that value. Let's say that's data.value or something like that, data.tab. I read it equal to 1, and then I reference the container and then query select something, and then from that query selection I go grab the ID of 2, tab like content of ID of 2, and then I do a scroll to window I think dot scroll 2. And I did this, and I had a QA next to me, like we were programming basically, and he went like Control plus K, and then please this is what he wrote, I think, like this, please write me a function or a component that whenever you click on a tab, it scrolls down the container. Here you go. I think he gave it image here or something. And then design, boom, 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 boom. Like it boomed the design here. Like, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, okay, what did you learn now? Nothing, basically. That for me was like aha moment. Like, okay, we are different. I probably need to learn, and I want to learn, and I will never stop learning until I become literally unstoppable. And that's the spirit of me, kinda. Yeah. When I say unstoppable, it's just whenever I wanted to get hired, I get hired and I ask for shitload of money. That's kind of like something that I want to also reach out to. Yeah. Yeah, everybody is doing AI inputs nowadays, and I hate it, kinda. No way, your name is Ayman? Yeah, Walid, I'm Ayman, I'm Arab. Mr. Righteous over here. Yeah, Ayman means the righteous. The righteous, yeah. Here you go. And the righteous in Islam is different. Like the righteous means not like I am, it's like the right hand, or the truthful or something like that. Yeah. It can mean a lot of words, also the same. Walid, I think he just knew that I'm Arab. Nice. What is a paint tool? It's called Excalibur. I'll reply to your comment, 1 second. Excalibur. New architecture is single point of truth from data perspective. AI will remove need for most front-end dev soon. Well, that will be sad because I'm a front-end developer. So the thing about that is that if that happens, then that will be a really bad situation for me. But what I think about that, I think that front-end developer doesn't come to be like write HTML, CSS and blah blah blah. The thing for me in my company, for example in Adobe, we tend to use Sophia. Like this is like an Adobe Experience Manager tool to load your application on, that architecturally has some JSON that you need to fill out, and you need to onboard yourself on this JSON. So either the AI becomes like known where to click, where to post, but to fill what a humanly fill, because sometimes you need to fill some human gibberish stuff, and how to set up certain test clauses, and how to actually tag another person to continue with QA and stuff like that. either that or it will stay where it is right now to create components and stop there. Will need glue, but product will private engineering. So maybe you need to elaborate on that, because I don't understand what you mean, honestly. It's happening now. It's already happening. I'm founding engineer in an AI company doing exactly this. Founding engineer in AI company. You're a founding engineer. We still need experts though. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think he didn't enclose the company. I work for a company you have heard of many times. AI company is new, not going out. I work for a company you have heard of many times. Okay, let me think. Company that founds AI and it's very known. You know, don't trigger my FBI skills. I will find you. Bigger corporate companies stay longer to implement new things like AI, but the day is going to come soon. You'll just be fired. Nice. With no recourse. I think I'm happy that I'm living in Germany, because they will pay me exactly my monthly payment without any problem. Yeah, but you just said that the company that you work for are founding AI, right? And you are the founder engineer for that. Or maybe not. Maybe I misunderstood. I have I have a day job. Okay. Yeah. They'll pay you for now until they realize there is no need. Why pay when AI can do it? You know, I think you are harsh here. I will not think that will be the case. Whenever I feel like shaky and things are going bad, I will go learn some LLM stuff, and I will go and become an AI founder and front-end developer who works with AI. Something like that. Like, I will start developing tools for AI to be faster. So I will find somewhere, a good place. Tabor Dev said, how can I catch up with your content? Tell us about yourself and what you do. I'm a software developer. I do front-end mostly. And we have TikTok channel where things boomed out. Now we are at 17K followers. We are trying to reach out to more. And right now I'm streaming on Twitch. You can go to my Linktree. You will find my Twitch there. Please follow. Join us. I would be really happy to see you all there. And you can see the bigger screen, actually, the full screen. And we did today like a small application, and we're going from there up. We built, now we have 3 months of continuous daily streams. We take breaks for sure. Like tomorrow I will take a break. It's Sunday. My son just woke up. Yeah, I will take a break tomorrow. I think I won't stream, because honestly I will sleep badly, and then tomorrow I need to take my son to the dog. But overall, Monday to Sunday again, every day building stuff. Okay, sometimes the truth hurts. I'm not excluded in this issue either. I'm not PhD lead code dev. Some call it harsh, some call it the reality. Yeah, but you even harsh on yourself here. You're just excluding yourself, kinda. But okay, what's your next step, bro? You will answer this question. Like, what you will do now to solve this issue, to solve the issue that you can be fired as well, let's say. And I will build on your response with not harsh jargon. Minus 10K UK government jobs are being lost to AI very soon. Great example include devs, but not limited to just dev, but every role. TLDR, be an expert is something AI can't replace easily. Front end will be first. Be an expert in something AI can't replace. Okay, probably be expert on farming or something like that, and basically building a farm with bio potato and tomato stuff. Like, you put in project and technical recommendation, and then you will just wait till it's finished. That's actually a job. I will prepare. My job will be preparing AI inquiries like preparing UI requirements. I'm not excluding myself. I literally just said I'm not excluding this issue. I didn't say that. I just said what can you have as a solution for this. Yeah. Devs close to front end, building backends, API will be next, data will be last line of defense. So basically full stack developers will still have a line of defense. A huge throughput systems will be safe for a bit. Product will be writing code soon through AI. Okay, you don't need to clip it. I think, man, then I said something wrongly, but I'm not excluding myself. I literally said I'm not excluding this issue either. But what I did tell you, like I told you, please can you find a solution and share with us your solution. Yeah, it's NeoVim, Dominic. Okay, then if I am actually working as a software developer and I still have these issues, right? What about these people that are studying, right? Studying right now, like our user here saying he's on TikTok. I have a comment now saying I'm getting my associate in computer science but don't really like the coding. Would cyber be good? That's another topic. Like he's not liking the coding part and he thinks that cybersecurity is a solution. I think cybersecurity is still another topic that AI, if AI gonna replace all, then AI gonna replace also that part. Because honestly, cybersecurity is like playing a game. You just find all the fails of your website and try to clog them through like some scripts and stuff like that, or maybe firewalls or wherever. Whatever, man, your guys are scaring me here. I'll probably lose my job soon. Yeah, whatever. If I lose my job, then I will just enjoy life. I'll go to Tunisia, my home country, enjoy the sun, build like a small business from scratch, and yeah, start over. I think it's not a problem. You know what? Like it's like I'm not afraid of that, but I'm still also worried about what will happen in general for the world, right? We are all retired dev. Man, if we are, I'm 30 years old, right? I still need to pay like my pension like another. By the way, we do retirement here in Germany at 67. So I need 37 more years to pay pension, right? So so at this case, either I find the solution, like can find another job. In 10 years, everybody's cooked. Yeah, in 10 years, I don't exclude the fact that we all be replaced. But in 10 years, I would also expect that I developed a lot of new skills, right? What is the word for pessimistic? Pessimistic, that's the word for it. What a pessimistic chatters I have. Both TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, everything. Everyone is pessimistic, like super much. 5 years ago, we had Google Assistant and Siri. Yeah. True, actually. I remember 5 years ago buying an Asus, and the highlight of the Asus PC was Cortana or something like that. What is it called? Cortana AI. Not AI even. Cortana Assistant, right? And that was like, wow, I have Cortana on my PC. It's like, I need to buy a new PC for Cortana. Okay, but this is a good question from our user friend here on TikTok. He said, okay, think about that AI took over, right? Don't they still need to review or tweak the code, like change the code? Imagine in the best world, they will still hire you as a front-end developer, but you do nothing. You just look at code. Look and evolve code if needed. The sheer scale of capabilities is almost indescribable compared to Siri. Yeah, man, like the scale of jump and we sit and drink tea in Sidi Bou Said. I'm from Algeria. Nice, man. Good. Yeah, we can go to Sidi Bou Said, and yeah, I want to show you something. Not a lot of people know this, but Sidi Bou Said is like 1,000 years ago. The Greek came to Tunisia, and they established a city that looks exactly like Santorini or whatever it's called. This is an image where people are sitting. This is what it looks like, and it's all blue and white, right? And it's called Sidi Bou Said. This is where I live, 12 kilometers away, but this is at night. It's literally Santorini or whatever it's called, right? And it's there, right? But that's not what will blow your mind right now. I'll show you something, and tell me where is that, okay? Where do you think is this? I need a good image for that. Okay, I will actually make the image, like, because I don't want to show some other people's faces. So Italians also came to Tunisia before, and they fought in Colosseums basically. But what they don't tell you is that we started as Tunisian building Colosseums before them, and we still have a standing Colosseum in the middle of the city. This one is called El Jem. So we use it as an amphitheater, and El Jem Colosseum in Tunisia. Let me just make this English. So the amphitheater of El Jem, located in Tunisia, is a well-preserved Roman amphitheater, considered one of the most impressive in Africa. Yeah, Chicago look like, yeah. Kinda. So we have really good stuff that are slept on. But what I'm gonna show you now, did you watch Star Wars, guys? Everybody of you, did you watch like Star Wars before? Right? No, but actually we had the architectural, yeah, this is a good actually one. The architects that built the Colosseum for Rome are the architects that also did the Colosseum for Tunisia, and they built it actually at the same time, I think. But I don't know exactly when it was, but this one was around 238 AD, right? Yeah. Yeah, but you don't understand that Roma and Tunisia were like one country at that time. We had Hannibal, and they had Cesare, which is the Caesar, and they were fighting all the time, and they mix like land. So basically we owned Italy at some point, and they owned Tunisia at some point. So that's the fun part, right? Do you know Hannibal? It's like a long story. Like, I think Hannibal route through the Alps, I think he did. So this is what happened, okay? So Hannibal started Utica or Carthage here, and then he said to himself, okay, they are coming from Croton to Carthage, and they won the first, right? And then Hannibal went to Cartagena, went there, went to the Alps, went back, and then actually went here and made like a war, and we won. So we won 2 wars, but the last one we lost. And then it became that the Romans came to Tunisia, who loved Hannibal, and they built that Colosseum, I think. But I don't know, in the books they kind of like talk about, this is the fun part, let me explain it to you in more detail. So for us, Hannibal is like, let's call it Han, is a hero basically. And for the others, Cesare, or how to write his name, Caesar or whatever, is the hero, right? And in our books, Caesar is basically the devil, is the enemy. And for them, for their books, Hannibal is the enemy. So you cannot literally know what is right or what is wrong. Yeah. So for us, we have Hannibal everywhere. Like, Hannibal is the hero, is the guy. Like Hannibal, I think we have Hannibal status. Tunisia. We have his status. Here you go, this one, right? And this status is like very well preserved, and actually it's one of the the best ones, and we have like founded like museum with him there. But they will never tell you the truth. And then when you ask the Italians about Hannibal, they would tell you, no, he came, killed everybody, blah blah blah. But you never know. For us, he's a hero. For them, Caesar is the hero, and you never know. You cannot change facts or even check facts, only if you travel there. But what I was actually about to show you, Tatooine, Star Wars. Do you know Star Wars city Tatooine? So Tatooine is a fictional desert planet, right? And if you go to images, you will find these images from the movie, basically, right? And then what they don't tell you, that they filmed it in Tunisia, and it is already a town in Tunisia, but still has the Star Wars building in there. so this is very funny. So you go to the Sahara and suddenly you are in Tatooine, right? Which is very cool. Yeah, New Zealand, the Shire. Yeah. So this is where they did the Tunisian, actually. And still till now you go there and you find these, you find everything from the movie is still there. Here you go, this city stuff, this one, and people recently knew about it. So yeah, that's some that's some facts. Which DB? I'm using Prisma, by the way. The spacing kind of makes the code hard. All right, TikTok are still talking about the code even when I'm explaining history facts. Yeah, you can go to Tatooine, like place in Tunisia. It's a city. It's like literally a city, full city. My opinion on Golang, it's like goated, really nice. I looked at syntax, looked how it is. I said Prisma ORM with PostgreSDB. Yeah. But the question was about the DB. I should have said Postgres. You're right. TikTok wants to code. Correct. Actually, I don't understand how 60 people still watching. You know how many people were watching? Like 150, something like that. And I'm like talking about random shit, and now they are around 60. But they are talking about, hey, they speak with each other. Like I like once a Brazilian influencer, I think, came to the chat, and I think she was like really famous, and she said like, I like your keyboard or whatever like that. And the chat became like 200 people for suddenly, and they're all now not interested in code at all. So I like how TikTok is well shifted, like it just shifts completely, like, yeah. TikTok user wants to get, where are you hosting and how? What do you mean where are you hosting? I'm not host. Maybe are you asking about the application and where I'm gonna host it, or? Because like even I'm not watching when I'm coding, I at least listen to what you're saying. By the way, is the mic better than a few days before? Because I find out that I was configuring it wrong, and I changed it. I'm actually deploying to my VM using Coolify. That's what I'm gonna do, and that's it for now. I don't know how it will become later on, but I want to pass by Docker first because it's a Next.js application, and I'm gonna pass by Docker, then use Coolify, then think about scalability and stuff like that, because honestly I don't have things in mind right now. Maybe we'll face a lot of problems, who knows. Yeah, the mic is okay. Nice. Vercel is another easy option, that's correct. Yeah, maybe buy a domain, use Vercel, and move on. But what do you think? Should we market this application and make it like let me think, make a premium version of it? Yeah. Okay, so some guy said, should I continue studying front-end? I think you should continue and find a job until AI replaces us all. Now I became pessimistic because my chat is 5,000 likes on TikTok. Wow, man, thanks. Isn't like that, like study Formula 1 to know what is the cars are about and not drive them anymore. Like I never drive them just because you're just now an AI replaced guy. Today we're preparing to build profile. Yeah. What is this that you just shared now? Superstars.lol. Skewer, lightning fast. Ah, it's basically profile. Okay, okay. Nice. And does he market it? Like, did he go and try to get some clients? What's your opinion about React Router v7 over Next.js? I think I actually checked it, but it's so similar to Next.js when I took a look. And right now I'm actually forgetting about how it works because I used a lot of 10-stack router and this kind of stuff. So I think that I will go back and check it more if it becomes really more popular. I don't know, is React 19 now popular with React v7 router or not? Maybe chat can help. So there is a tool called ShareX on Windows. It's a screenshot tool. When you take a screenshot, it automatically uploads to your private gallery with superstars. I can market it. That will be pricing for extension, how long the file will be kept on the server. That's cool. The problem is that if we use the AWS, we're gonna fuck up because it's just 100 gigs and then I need to pay 9 cents for every gigabyte, I think, right? And then if someone just uploads, we need to put a maximum uploads, like file upload, and then only serious people, file upload size, and then only serious people get the 1 gigs, maybe plus upload. Whatever, we never know. What do you mean it would cost virtually zero? Okay, so there is this share. Okay, so you can share files via this website. Yeah, the ads are just in the background. That's very cool. Wow. Interesting, man. And is it famous like tool? Yeah, okay, then they are making money, huh? Basically, Brave browser, you have no ads, okay. I can show you, even though, well, I don't know if I can show ads on Twitch or not, but that's probably not good for the policy. Whatever, man, it's 4 AM already. Fuck. We are fucked. It's very popular between students and teachers. Nice. So then they see ads every day. Does Brave browser detect this kind of things? Because the ads is literally the background page. How does Brave know that? Interesting. Only thing you can't show is nudity, extreme violence and stuff like that. Yeah, I think so. So let me then click this. So what he shared here is an application that if you click here and it will go to another page where the ad will be the background basically, and you will go back and it's the background, you will go back, it's the background, you will go back again, it's the background again. So it changes between a lot of pages, but I think this web globe thingy paid too much to stay always on there. That's it. Don't you see that? Yeah, weird. A weird technique, but I really like it. Actually, it's very smart. Whoever came up with that is a really smart man. Alright, let me see what he sees. Okay, nice. Oh wow. Okay, so probably someone reported. Does Brave has this report like feature, like it reports certain site that it has a lot of ads, so it detects it next time someone enters. If that's how it is, like a peer-to-peer system where it stores in their database wherever they detect ads. Okay, because these I felt like they are not regular ads. I felt like this is configurable ads, like CMS probably behind that application, or a backend where they store these images. But yeah, makes sense. Cool. So guys, I will tell you on Discord if tomorrow I'm gonna stream or not. Basically, probably not, but Monday 100%. Tomorrow I will finish that NextJS course in the morning, and also I don't think that Oscar is here, right? Oscar and Illusion wanted to talk about the TikTok channel, wanted to talk about how can I market myself better. So Pre-Evils, if you also are up for it, or anybody else who are free and want to join a call on Discord, and we talk about what should we do on the channel, what should we talk about and stuff like that, please feel free. And also I agreed to look at some CVs tomorrow for some resumes basically for some of the guys. And yeah. Spyware, you think so? Yeah, whatever, man. I think yeah, it has literally one of the best applications that I ever used. Very decentralized from the other. Like if it needs a shop, it will create a shop. If it needs like a verification system, it will build like a page for a verification app. If it needs like a payment system, they created like their own payment system. Everything is inside one app. Literally wherever you click is an application. What do I think about Cursor? It's amazing. I actually use it at work sometimes, and I don't have the pro version, but it does some good stuff. I got contacted by Codium AI. They wanted me to do an ad, and I asked them for a Codium AI pro version. That will be fine for me. At least I can use it on my NeoVim setup. And they were surprised that I asked them like that. I said, yeah, give me that and I will be happy. TikTok is a China spyware. Of course, that gives you like a CCP full control over everything in their life. WeChat is the everything app. Yeah, WeChat is amazing. I wish if I could have access to it, because you need someone to verify you actually. Codium AI. Codium, yeah. Codium became Codo, like Qodo right now. Does anyone know anything how to watch what it sends out? What do you mean? What do you mean, Robin? I didn't understand your question. By the way, my wife brought a pen from Belarus. It's written Budushi Farmaceut. It means the future pharmacist. And she's not a pharmacist. I don't know who gave it to her. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Maybe that's a good question actually. Let me check it and I will come back to you. TikTok in-app browser reportedly capable of monitoring anything you type. On your basically on your any other app, or only on TikTok? Because that would be super scary if they detect what I can send to WhatsApp or something like that. everything, both in and outside the app. Yeah, I see. So they track also outside the application. Fuck, man. We're fucked up. We are fucked up. So it's a background, but probably a minor in your phone. No, I just want to use which. I don't know. You don't know my phone. I have nothing. I'm a boomer. You know what I have on my phone? TikTok, WhatsApp. Yeah, I'm married, you know. Like, I don't talk to girls anymore. I'm kidding, but the thing is that I have nothing on my phone. Yeah, literally nothing. Like, literally. And I have, this is the last phone that I will ever buy, an iPhone 15 that I got from my job, and that's it. Yeah. I will never buy any other phone. Probably if I go to Nokia again, I will choose like that 3310, or what we call in French 3310. It's like one of the best phones ever when it comes to memes and stuff. So you use Cursor with HTML, CSS, and Java. It's great for debugging some things too. Nice, Micah. But what are you working as? Hey, Looped. The progress is going well. Apple will force you one way or another to update. To update what? Like the iOS version? I can update, but I'm saying that I'm not using any application extra, you know? Yeah. At some point I will not use like a phone for just calls. That's no physical one. There will become a time where no apps will run. It happened to me. Oh. Okay. So I was thinking that Apple probably will force you to use their application at some point, that they will actually start and keep following you. But yeah, Anti-Cheetah in the chat came up and said it's 4 a.m. bro. Go sleep. I think that's what he means. Alright, I mean, I agree with you, Pro Evils, but man, what should I say? What should I do in a world where everybody getting tracked? Do you think I am the center of the universe? I am just another NPC, right? So the thing is that everybody's getting tracked. Yeah, if you care about like your data and you have something that you really feel worried about, then please do. I mean, yeah, install NordLocker from NordVPN or whatever it's called, and then nobody will track anything. There is actually a solution, by the way, for not being tracked. Yeah, and iOS 16 does it actually also follow what you do and keeps tracking you, basically. By the way, my back hurts as fuck. I broke my back, I think, or something I did yesterday and I didn't know about it. Devs never sleep, man. That's correct. The numbers are rolling. On TikTok, we are having like 50 people watching and nobody's commenting. They're just watching, probably sleeping and watching at the same time. Crazy. I want everybody who's watching to comment something. Why you're not commenting? All the VPN companies that blasted all these ads of the year, like NordVPN and PIA, they're likely CIA fonts or some other 3-letter agencies. Yeah. Abu Dahr said it's ASMR coding. Yeah, so I found out that on TikTok people actually are using my live stream as ASMR, and I have no idea why. They're probably all sleeping right now, hearing my voice in their head. I'm using both Onion and VPN to be secure on the phone. Isn't that like too much at this point? Like, it became like you people are paranoid about data. What do you have in your phone that people need? Ask yourself that question. Mr. Poop said, what if I told you CIA doesn't need VPN to see your network traffic? I think they need access from the phone policies. So basically, this is something that I followed because we at Adobe, we do something similar. So let's say in the phone you have a Bluetooth policy to use the AirPods, and you have a policy to use the imprint, right, for your finger to open your phone. And now you have a Face ID policy, right? So let's say you are Pablo Escobar and you still live, right? And then they got you with your phone, and then they go to the FBI to ask, like the FBI goes to Apple and ask, can you give us the policy to use it to unlock his phone with his Face ID, because he refuses to do the Face ID or whatever. Then that will be like, if they do it, if they give them that policy, then Mr. Pablo can go and say like, hey, I think they did take my data, and for this reason alone I need to sue them so I can take back my basically my rights, right? And that alone can save him, right? So they tend not to do it, so people don't do that action, but they do it secretly, so they don't tell you, but they take that policy and they're not allowed to say it sometimes. Yeah, I have super admin for a company in my phone. Nice. The phone is not secure. No phone is. It emits, yeah, if it emits network traffic, or if it emits like signals or GPS or whatever, yeah, then you're always tracked. Yeah, it's better auth. Yeah. What's TSX? TSX is just GSX but with TypeScript. What if the CIA, blah blah blah? But who will break the law using the phone? Yeah, only if you're a hacker or something. I have super admin privileges in a company in my phone. What does that even mean? Backdoors have and will always exist. That's 100%. CIA doesn't necessarily need for view and traffic, but things can be more complex than it seems on the surface. I mean, just look at what NSA did that Snowden revealed. Correct. I actually will need to read more about Snowden and what he did, because honestly I just heard about it and nothing like very big of a deal that I heard. But I'm sure that there is a lot of secrets. Probably they will do like a National Geographic documentary. If you have a documentary, please share it with me, or a video on YouTube. Yeah, with the right tools for sure. But you need also to know that these right tools are paid tools. Like, you can not go to Meta and tell them, hey, can you build me an AirPods or that is better than the AirPod from Apple that I will use on my iPhone. They cannot do that. They can build you the better, let's say iPod, but it's gonna be like needing at the end the policy to use from them, and then Apple will say, no, why should I give you the policy to use my connectivity and use my access to my phone while you are building something that will gonna be cheaper or something like that. So it's a war actually of a lot of software policies. You can go down the street with a phone that has no GPS or radio like regular 3G, 4G, and still get tracked. It's the little things people don't realize. I think you will get tracked by frequencies at that time. There is like certain products that they can see heat from your phone, they can see frequency from your phone, something like that, like Wi-Fi, for example. Yeah, Snowden is in Russia. Next, welcome to the chat. I live in the woods if you don't want a connection with the word. True. That's like now you are becoming a pessimist chatter like everybody else. Like the people that basically tell me the extreme. Then go live in the woods. That's it. If you want nobody to track to. Who mentioned something about Israel? I saw something. Yeah. I believe he's talking about tools like Israeli software, not Israeli differently. Yeah, the ones that not bombed, like the ones that use like frequency for like speakers or something like that. Yeah, internet was built by us, by US government. GPS was built by government. You had to be dumb as fuck if you think you have any real right to privacy in practice. Also understandable. Yeah. All right. Have you built out data sanitization yet? Not yet. Nice. All right, boys. We talk about this tomorrow. We continue this tomorrow. Let's talk about that in another session. Hopefully we don't get banned for this topic, man. Like, this is hopefully this is normal to talk about on Twitch and TikTok and stuff. Yeah. DARPA? Who's DARPA? I think I know my country used the internet in 1994 when I was born. Bro, what is the difference using props and outlets? Where do you see an outlet in my code? Props is props. Outlets, I saw that in the 10-stack router part, but I'm not sure about it. If you are actually talking about the same thing. Pro evils, where do you get your references? Probably you use AI heavily for all of this information. DARPA Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. Involvement in the internet's development began with the creation of the ARPANET in 1969. What a year. Imagine, like, your grandpa would be like, in 1969 they developed the internet and they did this and that. You can't get banned from these topics? Okay, Gil, thanks. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah. And welcome to the chat. You're a first timer. You never know. True, actually, yeah. But I don't know. No, just Google what I already knew, but couldn't quite remember the specifics. Pro evils, I'm kidding, by the way. Don't have to. You don't have to prove yourself. I think you're very defensive when it comes to questions, like when I joke. Also, my wife tends to also feel that as well. I sometimes ask her a question, and whenever she replies, I just mock her reply, and she tells me, "Why did you ask me in the first place?" But why you get offended in the first place as well. So you don't have to quite prove it with a screenshot. Sup? Why there is a lot of people joining now? Is it that every other influencer already quits, and now we have 13 people in the chat talking about politics in a fucking Vim environment? What's up, Vossi? Yeah, so yeah, if shadow bans can happen, I kind of felt one on TikTok, and then I discussed it with him, and then things are better for some reason. I don't know, but yeah, some guys sometimes when they join my live stream, they have like a banner on TikTok saying, "Hey, probably it's discussing something," but that happened only once. Yeah. Cool. All right, next. Wish you all the best. Oh, you are all coding? It's 4:22 for me as well, by the way. I don't think I'm defensive. It's more like, imagine I said to you 2 + 2 = 10 and you say it doesn't. Are you not? No, I'm said only that. I think the only thing that I said is that, are you using AI to get your facts? That's it. Because if you're using AI, then AI is doing a really good job. Oh, wow. Everybody's a coder here. Nice to meet you too, man. Hopefully to see you again here. And thanks for everybody to join. Honestly, I will keep being here for 7 minutes. So 4:30, I will be off. So save all the talks and let's talk about things that matter. Nice. What a chat. Yeah. 13 people and we're having that much fun. I remember when Pro Evils were alone in the chat. Use React hook form. Honestly, Shy Fan, this is I'm now reading TikTok basically comments. Yeah, we use React hook form, but think about these live streams. We are trying something new that I'm not working on at work. So at work we use React hook forms. It's really amazing. It's really nice with the Zod resolver. And the same thing what we're doing here, the Zod schema, but we don't need to infer our types for some reason here. We just use the schema directly in the validation option, or what is it called, validators, and then you put their on change on. You put basically the mod for it. Yeah, and also because it's fully type safe, as ProEvil said. Yeah. It's really nice. I honestly enjoy this. How long took you to learn Blender? Because I'm modeling using Cinema 4D and I'm so dumb in Blender. Honestly, I also used Blender once with 3GS. It was nice. I built like a small game. It was really amazing. It was said, I seen AI work with Blender before. Not long till they come for your jobs too. I don't like Blender, but its course works for a model. Okay, in uni, right? Tanstack is the best. Yeah, it's type safe, as we see here with forms, and honestly amazing. I'm working on a file upload application. Slow even, I'm not doing everything myself. I'm following the chat, but why I'm not using React Query? Because I still didn't develop or even prepare the API controllers and the API functions yet for uploading and stuff like that. So once done, I will implement Tanstack Query, and that's 100%. As we use the form, why not query as well? We have actually an async on change validation that we can use as well, which I really liked. So maybe that we're gonna use. So basically we asynchronously called the Tanstack query part where it waits for something to validate. We're all gonna lose our jobs dependent on where we're gonna be in 5 years. You know what? I will make sure to keep in touch with all of you, and hopefully in 5 years we keep that Discord and I become #1 on Twitch. I'm kidding, by the way. So basically, if things go well, we will keep things up and we will keep in touch and see what everybody of us will do in sometime in the future. COBOL is used a lot in France as well, and it's used in the banking system for some reason. Yeah. Even chefs are now robotic. Yeah, I saw a robot that prepares drinks in BMW museum here in Germany. It's kind of crazy. Robo vacuums and mops, it's totally different thing. That's a tool that serves only one job. So basically you're saying, if my mopper who just mops gets replaced by a vacuum who just vacuums, so AI that just do front end will replace my job. But you not only front end developer, you also an architectural decision maker. You can be a lead developer. You can inquire new ideas in the company. You can do a lot of things. Why should you lose your job? How much would you be paying people to do that? To do what? To mop? You could learn COBOL since a lot of Americans. My robo mower cuts my lawns, my floors are mopped and vacuums by a bot. So you, okay, and so what? That, yeah, you will pay for a day of work for each person. I don't know. Yeah, you will pay much. So because it's a recursive kind of work, so they will come back later on, but the bot won't. You will buy it once and that's it. Yeah. In the end, everything about money and time. Correct. If you tell me that I am saving money via hiring an AI, is it? It might be for simple tasks, but not for everything like that you do in the company as a front-end developer. Imagine AIs working together though. That will be amazing. Hey Yassine, how are you, man? TikTok, how's it going? Brother, dev a full website from scratch. OSM. That's what we're doing, by the way. I'll have Russia in my country before AI takes over the world. Why? Where are you from, Robin? Why are you saying that? Not really. Not that you bought a robot and the maintenance and the job cleaning jobs or whatever. Okay. Do you think that there will be a robot that will replace your roof, for example? Some things are just, you feel like they could be, but it's impossible because your roof is not built the same as another roof. So this AI that is gonna replace roofs is gonna be very, 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 very cool AI that knows what type of roof you have. Is it steel? Is it whatever? Is it woody? Is whatever? Is it like sharp? Is it not? Is it curved? Is it not? Should it change this, that? It's kind of, it needs like a full report even about. But then if you bring a man that knows his stuff and he'll tell you, yeah, this is whatever, I think that I need to change this is looking wrong, I will twist it, I will bend it, I will blah blah blah. All right, but you're talking about 3D printing now and like looking from the sky, droning, an AI that looks from the sky, an AI that looks inside the house. It can be the same AI, by the way, but it will be also consuming because it will cost also, like to do certain stuff like that. Oh, you're from Czech, but Russia is angry because you're helping Ukraine. Well, everybody's helping Ukraine in Europe and Russia is not happy about it. I wish if they would print houses, actually. That's the thing that we need, because then the thing that will become easier for me to get a house, I'll be like, yeah, I'll 3D print a house. Everybody now can 3D print a house and everybody actually gets a house easier. It will become like, hey, pay 10K now and get your house in 3 days. Yeah, okay. Go to YouTube, you can see 3D printed homes. Are they quality homes? They're good homes? Do they cost? Alright, on TikTok you have a YouTube channel. Actually, I do, yeah. You can go to my link tree on my TikTok and you'll find everything there. And by the way, I'm talking to my chat on Twitch as well right now. You can buy sunlight at night. I think this is like... oh yeah, it's like it hops into your home and it makes you sunlight. Wow, that's crazy. Is this another website here? Wow, this is cool. 3D print. Does it come with all the electricity and the water setup, or you need to set up that yourself? Yeah, no, I think highly automated offsite model. Okay, 600 square foot single family home, 600 square. Wow. The University of Maine. Why it's on a website of a university, by the way? Is this like a project that is innovated by a student or something like that? Interesting. Cool. So yeah, I'm over time, guys. All right, let's go. So I will answer one question, which is very funny, from Yassine. He said, why you are not using a resolver in the use form? By the way, this is standstack form, which is type safe. It doesn't need that resolver for that exact type infer of the schema, which is epic, and we're happy about it. All right. Thanks everybody. Thanks Gil for being here. Thanks Robin for being here. Thanks ProEvils for being also a very good chatter today, and you kept the chat going, and thanks for all the topics and all what you actually shared about TenStack. And I think what do you call a guy who is like with a big grade in the army, like a general for the civilian, a chief in the chat? And yeah, see you tomorrow. Probably I will let you know if I'm gonna be there or not. Probably not, but Monday 100%. And yeah, thanks awesomely, and see you tomorrow then. Bye bye. Ciao ciao. Good night, everybody.